Alright. Hello, everyone. Honestly, it's gonna be a chat stream today. It's been a while anyways. We need a bit of a break from all the action. Although I might sneak in a bit of other things in here anyways, despite all that. I also apparently picked a very poor time to do an anniversary, but it's like... I can't pick when other people graduate, so you know what? I guess I'll just keep going with this anyways. But, hello! Hello, Mouse, hello. And hello, everyone else here, too. Whether you're lurking or active. Yeah, it's been 3 years. It's been 3 fucking years. No, I'm not quite 2D. But the 2D is going to be in May. Late May. I'm just a bit more giant than usual, so, yeah, that's kind of why this is, happening. But, yeah, wow, it's really been 3 years. I don't know what more I can say. I'm gonna be honest, when I first started this, I'll be real with y'all, I thought I'd bite the bucket a lot faster, and sometimes I think I probably should have bit the bucket by now. It's like a weird case of imposter syndrome, where I think to myself, I really shouldn't have made it this far. But, well, here we are. 3 years of streaming, and I guess we find out today just how many fucking games I've done. Oh dear God, I made the list this morning. And I went over it for like 2 hours. It is long. It is fucking long. But yeah, I did indeed beat Black Glint. In fact, we're playing the I guess you could say Armored Core from Temu. No wait, there's probably better games for that kind of description. I think Daemon X Machina is a little bit more refined than Armored Core from Temu. But yeah, I guess I should just... I do feel a bit happy that I've lasted for so long. It feels like I really shouldn't have. Amongst other imposter syndrome things. And it's like, I think these things, but then I think my body and mind just kind of ignore my thoughts. Maybe for the best. But this is nice though, you know, chilling out to chill music, reminiscing a little bit. Man, where do I even start? I think I'll have to admit, my reasons for actually streaming aren't exactly the best. Because I think during the time, I was just so frustrated with all my favorites. They just drop all the games I like watching. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I'll do it myself. Fine. But then I thought, should I go for L2D first? And I'm like, no. Let's go get a PNG made. And so I went to Etsy, where I've met... Actually, yeah, Etsy is where I met Kuppi. Royalty-free music. Okay, no, it's not royalty-free music. No, it's It's Arc Ride Solutions from Trails to Daybreak 1. I think it's also in Trails through Daybreak 2. But yeah. But yeah. I met Kuppi did my art when I commissioned her back when she was using Etsy. Nowadays she's using VGen. And you know, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think my relations with my artists would last for so damn long. It's insane. Like, I mean, I'm just happy that people remember me. Let alone, like, being stable enough to be a recurring customer. And there is an odd sense of joy, just... I don't know. I guess I feel good supporting someone getting bigger and, well, bigger. After being, like, probably one of their earlier customers. It's an odd feeling. I don't know. But yeah, it's like, I think at first I was a little bit bummed and maybe too lazy to actually connect to the bigger, wider VTubing audience community, but it's like, you know, with all the recent drama, all the crazy stuff about, it's like, holy shit, maybe it's a good thing I didn't try any harder. Because it's like, holy cow, I don't want to deal with, like, the idea that, like, my friends have a 5-page Google Doc ready to just slap in my face whenever I fuck up. It's like, wow, this is a terrible place to make friends. So, I guess I'm just glad I'm not entirely there. I mean, I guess I'm starting to branch out a little bit. The fact that, well, okay, for one, dweebs rated me once. It's like, it's only one time. It's only one time, but it's like, wait, what? Someone who watched me rated me? Holy shit. What do I do? And then this other time, recently actually, Rose rated me. And it's like, eh? I guess I could say I'm getting lucky, question mark? So far, I'm just happy that, I found, like, so many kind people. And surprisingly, none of them are backstabbing, or at least I would love to think so. And I would love to say there is probably nothing to be gained from backstabbing me. Like, what are you gonna do, cancel me? I'm fucking small fish. Come on, no. But seriously though. Nabs! Hello! Aw, I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. Aw. Oh yeah, that's Nabs, my second artist that I have a lot of contact with. Like, man, Nabs is amazing. I don't know what kind of magic voodoo she has, but it's like, when you ask for a piece from her, it's just magic. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, the people I give pictures to from Nabs, they all like it. Hell, I look amazing when she draws me. I can't wait to use that L2D model next month. I'll also finally be able to credit my rigger. I've been putting it off for a while. Life's just been busy. I'm gonna have to pray my 3080 Ti holds up. This Alienware computer has been lasting a very long time. But oh boy. It might meet its limit once I start pushing L2D. But yeah. No, you're the sweet one. I'm so happy that I have that all the artists I've met so far are, in fact, wonderful people. Nabs, Kuppi, OG, Aka Spade. Hell, I'm surprised Massandro drew me for... Well, actually, no. Yeah, it was like during a Secret Santa. Massandro drew me as a pilot. And, yeah. I don't know. In the span of 3 years, I guess while I haven't made crazy big strides like Pam, I think wherever I ended up at, I guess this isn't the worst spot ever. I'm a small guy, but I guess I still try. And if people find that inspiring somehow, that I am just throwing myself at really brutal games and somehow coming out on top, or just persevering and finishing like a gajillion of these games, then, you know, who am I to say what people want to believe? Or rather, who am I to dictate what people want to believe? It's like, I can think all of the negative things about myself, but I guess clearly the people I know would disagree, so I'll just try to be happy with me. Keyword try. Anyway, so for today we have, well, I did say we were gonna look at how many games I beat. So here's the score tally, and try to find where I put the games list. Okay, so here's the notepad with my games list. It's shockingly high. Like, I'll just scroll down now to the final count. It's actually no, we won't. Instead, I think we'll just talk about how many things I beat, because dear lord, it's so nuts. Hey, Dart! Aw, thanks. You've been a nice addition to YouTube. Wait, you find me inspiring? Aw. Thanks, guys. It's like, I try. It's hard not to think that it's like, I don't do anything big. Like, Pam's my inspiration, and yet, I'm nowhere near that high up in the chain. It's like, I think it's like half a nightmare and half a good dream. It's like, you know, maybe one day my Oshis will watch one of my streams. But then it's like, oh dear god, I don't want them to watch the Red Dead Redemption nonsense, or my shitty 5v1 versus like 5 mechas at once with the dual blade, and winning and causing a 100 million genocide. Yeah, Armored Core 4 Answer is a goddamn mess. I can't believe I fucking won on that nonsense. You know, I guess with all the games I've done, I'm honestly surprised. I think we're like, what, 14, 16 away? 16 songs away from me managing to write up straight up 100 harmonica covers. That's so baffling. So yeah, what can I say? My channel is just pure insanity encapsulated into one guy who's clearly gone mad. And the game's beaten list is about to prove why I've gone mad. So let's get into it. The night's young, but I don't want to keep you all here forever to listen to me ramble about junk for, I don't know, the next 3 hours? Can I even talk about 158 games in 3 hours? This actually just sounds too insane. Alright, so let's start with the Max Payne trilogy. Like, I haven't come back to that trilogy this year, but the previous years, I've replayed it at least once. And these games were what I started streaming with. Man, Max Payne is such an incredible trilogy. Like, I'm kinda sad this one isn't more widespread in, like, the bigger VTuber sphere. It's a little depressing, actually. But it has such a good story. You have this guy, Max, who loses his whole family to drug lords in junkies. And then you just go on this crazy revenge quest. Doing bullet time, diving all over the damn place, and just shooting people in the head. Sprocket! Hello! Welcome. It's the 3rd year. And, well, you know, I guess speaking of recurring chatters, Sprocket's been here for a while. So has Damo. So has Coops. Quite a lot of people. And it's like, I'm glad you guys picked me. I know I might not be the best, the biggest, the cutest, a whole bunch of words, but I'm happy to provide entertainment however I can. Damn it, this is making me almost want to tear up. Shit, maybe I will tear up today. Is this finally it? Is this the emotional crying arc? It probably isn't, but well. Who knows? Anyways, back to Max Payne. Yeah, Max Payne 1. You start off trying to get revenge on junkies, then it just spirals into a full-blown government conspiracy? And then Max helps the Russian mobsters? And then, like, not even, 4 hours after that, the guy's been subsisting on dog shit donuts in a diner. Yeah, the guy's just, subsisting on, week-old coffee and donuts, and he's somehow, I think he has enough adrenaline that when he meets up with, a former partner. Former partner betrays him, but Max just kills, 30 people. And it's damn. And then proceeds to, oh yeah, no, wait, before that, during that whole government conspiracy bit, he shoots up a whole mansion, gets drugged, gets left for dead, but somehow survives, sneaks into a freaking weapons factory or something, and then just steals a pistol and goes on from there. Max is fucking nuts in Max Payne 1. And then you finally do it. You finally get revenge for your family by killing an old woman by shooting down 3 pillars so that I think part of the building falls off and her helicopter gets buried. Man, Max Payne 3 was... I think it was definitely a choice to stream, and I think it was definitely proof that I wanted to go edgy for some reason. So, now we're on to Max Payne 2. I will say, I think out of the Max Paynes I stream, 2 and 3 are so hard to decide on which one's my actual favorite. Because I like the shooting mechanics for both of them. Like with Max Payne 2, you basically become Superman with 2 guns. Because every time you kill someone during bullet time, it speeds you up, slows them down, and extends the time. So you can just shoot one guy, hit bullet time, and you can kill the whole room like you're some mad John Wick gunner. Actually, no, John Wick wouldn't even have a candle to this nonsense. Sorry, I'm getting a little too excited here. And so this brings me to Max Payne 3, and you know what? I made a video for Max Payne 3. Let me go bring it up. This video is so fucking stupid. I don't know why I was thinking about this one. Or rather, what caused me to make this video, but let me go dig it up real quick. It's really dumb. Shit, I have so many harmonica music. I need to sift like crazy far to find this thing. It's like, let's see. Oh my god. Holy shit. How many harmonica tracks did I do? What a nightmare. Dear lord. I don't know if I can find it. Alright, hold on. Oh no, this is the last page. Hold on. I'm sure I put it around here somewhere. Ah, dear. I've streamed and played so many things, I'm lost in my own list. This is terrifying. Oh, man. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit. Give me a moment here. Right, it was me speed running in GTA 4. Actually, yeah, hold on. I think I can find a trailer. Ah, there it is. The Max Payne 3 stream trailer, where I might have made it a little too fire. Hold on. Well, friends, looks like... Okay. Hold on. Let me go post it. Let's turn off the music. I'll keep the fire on, but yeah. Let us watch a really strange moment in Kaku history. Oh, Jesus. What was I thinking? Well, I guess I kinda wasn't, but it's okay. Let me just, oh no. Okay, here we go. Oh, this thing was so stupid. JFC. What was I on? Drugs? Probably drugs. Let's, put the score tally away for now. Let's watch a dumb movie. Why not? We're celebrating my 3rd anniversary. This makes me think I really should make more parody trailers, though. Well, friends, looks like we've reached the end of the road after several bullet-ridden adventures in New York. We fought the Ruskies, mobsters, and even Spec Op forces. A lot of painkillers guzzled, bullets shot, and plenty of bodies for the morgue as well. But something's gotta change after years of doing the same thing. After a while, a change of scenery might be due. Why do I make the gunplay look more good than it should be? Let's try somewhere with more sun. Like, say, Japan.
I think they have 2 pretty nice tour guides.
Don't worry about it.
Not quite what you're looking for? No problem. I got a different place in mind.
Remind me never to make a trailer again. This is all my gameplay, by the way. I don't know if I can still do this nowadays. I might have done a little too well with making Brazil a cool place to go to. Jesus.
Where do I sign up?
Saúde.
Gesundheit.
Leve solta pra cantar. Okay, that's enough of me embarrassing myself. We don't need to hear the karaoke. No. No. Alright, that's enough. That's enough, fam. Let's get back to the subject. So, yeah. I don't know why I made that. I'm not gonna. That was a choice. That was a choice. Alright. let's get back our score counter. Let's get back our games list. So, yeah, I guess now that we're on the subject of Max Payne 3, man, that game was some kind of baller. Like, I had so much fun playing that one. And it's like, when you get good at Max Payne 3, you feel like a freaking demigod. Just casually hitting the bullet time, leaping and shooting up like 7 guys in the head, and it's like, yeah! All of this while Max is going through a depressing alcohol spiral because he can't let go of the past. And then he finally lets go, but he shaves his head and wears a ridiculous Hawaiian shirt. I still gotta buy one of those, by the way. I want to buy one of his ridiculous Hawaiian shirts for a cosplayer or some nonsense. But overall, I'm glad I streamed that trilogy. That was certainly something. And I don't think I would change my my streaming choices. So let's just move on to the next little thing, or else we're gonna be here all day with me waxing about Max Payne. The Witch's House. Now, I'll admit, I've heard a lot about this one, but playing it myself, well, it was a little hard to figure out, I'll admit. And, maybe I was just desensitized to horror at that point. And it's like, this wasn't what I thought it would be. But then that ending came where it turns out, no, you've been playing as the bad guy. And by doing well, you've succeeded in dooming your victim to get shot by her dad. And I'm like, wow, what the fuck did I just play? I really picked a good one for spooky season, cause damn. Other than that, I don't really have too many thoughts. Now, Clea, on the other hand, you know, it's a good thing Mouse doesn't know these streams exist. I've seen Inverted Mouse on a lot of these other Clea streams, but a good thing she hasn't seen this one, because holy shit, I botch it so bad. Especially at the end, where I was getting frustrated, and then I somehow lucked out playing Ding Dong Ditch with the, with basically your mom at the end, because your mom is chasing you, because she's a feral monster, so you're trying to outrun her and exit the, mansion or whatever. And it's like, I was getting wrecked so bad, and then for some reason, I managed to come up with a strategy that let me actually beat the game despite me, probably screwing up the, locations of the candles. And it's like, yeah! I did it! Holy shit! And I got the true ending, and it's like, I don't know how much of a horror game Clea is, but it is an intense puzzle game. And I really wonder how well I'll do in Clea 2, if I ever get around to that. I guess we got another 2 years. Maybe I'll see it someday. Alright, I'm gonna just bundle Devotion and Detention together because, man, I've played 3 Red Candle games, and you know what? Red Candle is freaking baller. But, let's talk about Devotion first. Wow, that game was a fucked up experience. Like, at first I was sympathetic, kind of, to the dad, since, the dad is basically a washed-up movie writer. But then the guy goes through so many lengths to try and revive his career, or try to live vicariously through his daughter, to the point where he joined a cult, and then it's like, oh no. And then the way where it's like, mental health was so stigmatized that the dad would rather join a cult and try to do mystic voodoo to cure his daughter instead of just go see a psychologist. That was fucking depressing. And then the ending where it turns out he drowned his daughter in snake blood. It's like... I was just kind of stunned at the end there. While the static on the TV and the credit rolls by, it's like... Dang. Devotion is a good horror game. Although I don't think you'll be... I think it's an unconventional horror where you'll be emotionally distraught by the end of it. I say this as a person who's, like, not really that great at the emotional aspect. So, yeah. Detention. This one was also a surprise. Like, playing it's like, at first you think it's like a normal go through the school, everything turns spooky adventure, but then you peel back the layers, and it turns out the protag got into a lot of fucked up things due to the current era. Like, I think at like, okay, so her home life is pretty dog shit. So she finds solace in her counselor, and I think she basically enters a relationship with him. Except she thinks the counselor is cheating on her with her homeroom teacher. So she tries to get the homeroom teacher out of the way by reporting the illegal book club. Except it turns out, no, you just killed pretty much everyone. And it's like, oh wow, so that's how it turned out. I went for the true ending, but apparently if you go for the normal ending, you basically relive her last moments, which just ends with her exiting the stage, as they say. It's like, So it's a story about a ghost trying to escape samsara, and the context clues were kinda there too. Like, at the very beginning, there's like this door, right? Where... Oh, hey Daemon! Welcome. We're just talking about the games I beat. I'll tally up the score once I reach Mega Man 0, and then we can just move on from there. But yeah, back to Detention. It's an interesting game. Like, you get strung along for Ray's perspective, and you sympathize with her a bit. Then you find out how it all comes crashing down, and it's like, damn. And it's like, I'm not sure what to feel at the end here. On one hand, it's like, it's understandable if people just hate Ray at that point, but on the other hand, it's like... It's just one of those teenage things where... Very hard to blame her for just wanting a happy life, but screwing it all up in the process. And the journey to escape samsara was, I don't know, samsara was an interesting concept for, well, to base that game around. That infinite cycle of suffering until you find the right thing that can break the loop. I don't know. If there was another game kinda like that, about infinite suffering until you just figure, I went wrong in X, and X, and I can break the loop. I don't know, I probably would play it. There's probably something like that around anyways. That'll be all for Detention. So, I'm gonna pair the next two together for the Hollow games because... honestly, I don't have much to say about them, nor about streaming them. Because I think I did Hollow Error for a Flavor of the Month kind of thing, and it was alright, but nothing really gripped me, so to speak, other than seeing like Korone and Sora and stuff there. It's like, yay, VTubers. Maybe my standards have increased since then, or maybe I was just ignoring my nagging feelings in an attempt to have the right opinion. Well, I think I've already botched that one. So, yeah. Now, Hollow X Break. I liked Hollow Cure. I thought Hollow X Break was gonna be really good or something. But it's like, it's weirdly disappointing for me. Maybe it's because I come from the background of playing Dungeon Fighter, so I've already basically just straight up played the best beat-em-up system that might exist. Like, holy shit, DFO's beat-em-up game is light years ahead of, like, anything. Like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Scott Pilgrim, Streets of Rage. Well, actually, no, Streets of Rage kinda comes close, but DFO just smokes it so bad. I really wish they did a standalone beat-em-up game or something. Instead, I grinded for like 10 years in a fucking KMMO. I wouldn't recommend doing that, by the way, but I think that's already obvious. But yeah, Hollow X Break. I really wanted more out of it, but it is what it is. It's a free game made by the guy who made Hollow Cure, and Hollow Cure's more of KU's passion, so I don't know. Maybe someday in the VTuber sphere, they can surprise me with a game that's as good as, like, 9 Souls. Hollow X Break is, I would say, kinda mid. Like, this is gonna get me shot as a VTuber fan, but I'd say Hollow X Break is mid. Like, dog, I'd just say go play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles if you wanted to beat 'em up. Have some standards, damn it. Oh shit. I forgot to actually add a game that I think I beat. Alright, we can increase the score count one more time. So, yeah, that will be... Okay, I guess the score count is not that important, but still. I'd like to keep track here anyways. So yeah, well, let's go to Elden Ring. Man, what more can I say about this game? That was the second game that I kicked this channel off of. I made so many Guts cosplay videos, I don't even know why. I think the Millennial one somehow got 10k views, and I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah. Man. Elden Ring is like, overall I think I like it. Like, I liked fighting all of those bosses with Guts Sword, or the add-all build I did for, Shadow of the Erd Tree, where it was more kind of parry-focused, and perfect block-focused. Erd Tree was... I think some of the bosses were great. I don't know about playing schedule. Sorry. Maybe if my friends play it, I'll give it a shot, but, not in this future, unfortunately. Or at least, not for now. I might think about picking up the Elden Ring, whatever that. The upcoming one. Nightfall or something? I'll think about that one. But for now, I think I'm good with Elden Ring. I've done pretty much all I wanted there, fought all I've wanted there. And I don't see a reason to play it again for a third time. This next one's gonna be kind of quick. Severed Steel Hurts My Wrist. It's a fun game to play. But, I think I might have accidentally hurt my wrist, because I thought you were supposed to hold down the bullet time button. I didn't know you could just let it go in free aim, so, yeah, I made that game unnecessarily harder on myself. But, fun, short game. Makes me think I really should have played more Ultra Kill. Now then, for Mega Man X 1 through 8. This is gonna be brief summaries, since, let's see. I think X1 was a standard but fun adventure, for the most part. Like, I don't remember being too frustrated playing some of the stages in X1. X2, kind of the same deal, although the double buster was so crazily broken that it's like, I don't know if I really needed the weaknesses, because the double buster just chunks so much boss health. X3 felt a bit lacking. I don't remember too many details on that one when I streamed it, other than, I went for the route where you killed Vile and you killed, the Hanu machine guys. And then I couldn't bring myself to sacrifice Zero for his, Z-Saber, so I got the ending where Zero saves the day. I remember having a hard time against Sigma, though, in Mega Man X3. Especially the big Sigma, where you have to, like, aim the shot somewhere near the shoulder to hit the head. It's like, X4, though. Man. I love playing as Zero more than X. Like, I think X4 through 6 overall, I just enjoy playing Zero more than X. I mean, for one, Zero's like my favorite robot ever. Like, you could make all the arguments for 2B or, well, actually, yeah, just the Near cast, and I'm like, nah, I like the Red Reploid more. Sorry, gang. But yeah, X4 was fun. X5 probably has my favorite ending music of the X games. Because, damn, the somber piano piece for X5 is just... it's immaculate! We should have a little listen since we're here. And it's the anniversary and all, so let me just, put this on hold for a second, and, I'll just skip to when the piano kicks in. We're only going to listen to this for a bit, but it is a good song for a reason. Let's skip to my favorite bit of the song. I remember getting Emery to play this on a violin once, during her violin stream. It's like, so good. Alright. Back to happier pastures for a bit. But, yeah, I think the vibe really fits me, because that's how I feel, being in this VTuber sphere for 3 years, but not really going out of my way to interact. I probably should more, especially with, like, I still don't know how... well, I know how dweebs manage to stumble on my stream. And it's like... I'll admit, I'm kinda nervous that she does actually watch the other nonsense I've done. But at the same time, it's kinda nice to know. Don't tell her I said this. As for Rose recently, apparently I just got picked randomly. I still don't know how YouTube did it, but hey, if anyone's from Rose's stream, glad you're all sticking around. And I hope you find something you like here, because with this game list, dear god. But anyways, back to X... well, I've already talked about X5. Let's go to X6. X6. Holy shit. What was I thinking with X6 and 7? Not only did I play them on the hardest difficulty, well, actually, no, that's the big part. I played them on the hardest difficulty, so the bad game got even worse. I don't know how I fucking won without a... Well, okay, in X6, I made it a point not to use Dark Armored Zero cheat code, so I went through the game suffering really bad in the beginning. As for X7, it made the boss fight so tanky. It's like, Jesus Christ. Hey, K9! Thank you. I can't believe I've been here for 3 years. Now I'm just yapping about all the games I've done. But, yeah. X8, though. Man, X8 makes me wish there was an X9. Because X8 is such a great return to form for the X games. After the two slumps. Like, the character switching system's great, X and Zero play great, Axel also plays great, and it's like, it's just a nice, cozy Mega Man X game. And I guess with the end of the X games, we move on to the Zero games. I will say, 04 means the most to me, because I grew up on Mega Man 04. Playing it in a mall, waiting for the relatives to just get done with their shopping, while I'm bored out of my mind and trying to beat Mega Man 0. I've replayed Mega Man 04 so much, I think it was like, when I still had Sunday school, I tried to skip classes and just played on my DS, because I just didn't give a shit. It's like, you're already making me go to school on the weekdays, fuck off! Man, I was not a good guy during that time. Oh man. I just did not want to be there. And I made my efforts to reduce my time there. Like, I just wanted the end of the day to come so I could just go the fuck home and do whatever. So, I did things like play It's like, Mega Man 04 was one of the games I played. The other one was Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days. In the bathroom during Sunday school. But that's a story for another time. But yeah, Mega Man 04. The more I play it, it's like, I don't know. That ending stuck out to me, but I guess to get there, we'll go through the first 3 games. Or my quick summaries of my streaming experience with the first Mega Man Zeros. 01, I really wish I did not have to grind for all the fucking moves. And it's like, I will say, watching Magnus Zero play it and trying to replicate some of Magnus Zero's moves did make it a more interesting experience. I mean, I certainly felt a weird sense of elation as I infinite comboed Copy Axe at one point with the shield infinite slash glitch. 02. Oh man. I don't know what I was doing in 02. I think I was also trying to style, but then I just kind of devolved back into charge weapon attacks and triple combo. Man, 03 though, when I streamed it, holy shit. Some of the nonsense I pulled off there really makes me feel crazily baller. Like doing the light speed combo on Foxit and Cubitar, and then somehow managing to pull off a really hard dodge is like, yeah! And then there was like, figuring out some things like, apparently, during a charge attack, you still have enough frames to do your spin attack if you have the health equipped, and that will shred a boss's health really, really bad. And it's like such a simple combo too. Man, 03 was so fun to play. Once you get the hang of it. Once you fuck around with the chips enough. I don't know. I mean, I guess with all the games I play, I try to make it a point to be skilled. Or skilled enough that I separate myself from the normal streamers. Maybe I try a little too hard sometimes, if I'm gonna be honest, but it's like, I don't know. It's always, for me, I've had the underlying feeling that I get a lot less mercy than if, it's like, I get a lot less mercy being a guy, so I have to play really fucking good. Or try to. Sometimes I choke, and sometimes I tilt, but I somehow make it look like I never tilted. Like with the Kazan stream recently, where I think I had a crash out, and then I somehow beat the boss in a really stylish and ridiculously aggressive way. But yeah. Back to 03. Such a great game to play. Great OST, great ending. And now we can get to 04. Man, when I first got 04's ending, I was shook. It's like... Wait, the hero fucking died? Wait, what? I was kinda naive back then. So it's like Zero biting the dust at the end of 04 was shocking. I think like years later, I stumbled onto Frisia. And honestly, that song stuck with me ever since then. It's probably my favorite sad ending song. In fact, I think if I were to graduate from streaming, I think that would be my graduation song. Frisia from Mega Man 04. And like, the lyrics really check out, because it's based on CL wanting to spend more time with Zero. Except, by that point, Zero's bit the dust, saving the world one more time. And it's like, the more I think about it, man, him and X needed... I wish they caught a break. Like, those two, it's half heartwarming, half depressing. Watching these two robots go through, like, 200 years of wars and shit. And it's like... man. And then when X finally bites it in 03, after playing all the X games, it's just sad seeing the blue hero go. It's like... great, I'm kind of choking up thinking of it. Yeah... I think overall, the Zero trilogy, the Zero quadrology has, well, I guess it's a tetralogy. It has my favorite, or one of my favorite stories. There's just something inspiring about a machine who was made for just destroying everything, becoming the hero that the story really needed, and doing what, well, building off of what X did, and finishing what he started. It's like... damn. And their friendship is so good. Even when Zero is an amnesiac, doesn't remember jack shit, he still remembers his best friend was X. And X gives him back his iconic saber. It's like, this is the good shit right here. Alright. I think I'm done raving about Mega Man 04 and the others. So, we are at 23 out of 150 games, Jeebus. What a nightmare. I think after, like, the next set, we'll go for a karaoke break or some nonsense. This one shouldn't be as long, since I don't play Dark Souls and stuff for the plot. I play these games for the action. Though I guess speaking of which, the Dark Souls trilogy. I think I like all of the games, each for their own reasons. Dark Souls 1 probably has the more immersive world, but I think Dark Souls 2 is like... it's a lot of good ideas that needed just a bit more baking. And we got that in Elden Ring, but it's like, sometimes I wonder what a properly remade Dark Souls 2 would be like, where they could do all the things they wanted to do. Because Souls 2 had some crazy ideas, really good PvP, a wide variety of areas to go to. I think it was just hampered by, well, some of it is actually the player's fault, since there are a lot of people who sabotage DS2 by just running into big fat mobs instead of using their fucking brains and, I don't know, maybe not running into 10 enemies at once? I mean, even with a freaking wide swing sword, that still sounds stupid as fuck. In Dark Souls 3, I think it was... I know it's a lot of asset reuse, but at the same time, I like the speediness and snappiness of the attacks. Even though it did kind of... Honestly, DS3 kind of turned into roll slop at times. But overall, the Souls trilogy is a blessing. Wish I could play Demon Souls someday. Or Bloodborne. I'll find a way to play one of them sooner or later. Now, for the Nioh games. I think Nioh 2 is a fine enough romp, even though... Honestly, I kind of broke it with, I kind of broke the game with paddle boat rowing, where you can quick cancel... Boy, I'm just saying a lot of esoteric nonsense that most streamers do not use. I think this is what this is amounting to. But, yeah, you can cancel your, EI attack by, Actually, no, you can speed it up by first aiming your arrow, then it'll let you quickly just get into the sheathing stance, and then you can fire it off at high speeds. And if you get good enough, it'll look like you're basically rowing a boat across the field as you cut down, like, several demons or just stun lock a boss really, really bad. Man, Dual Swords was hilariously busted. Like, you could do that, or you could get a million slash and just kinda stand there and wail on them until they died. It's like, damn. But Nioh 2, oh man, Nioh 2 was such an experience. Oh, that game is so good. Kinda brutal, but it's like all the crazy nonsense you can do with all the weapon combos and weapon switching combos, the spirit attacks, counter burst. Like, when you sink your teeth even a little into Nioh 2 and actually try to master the systems, you can do some absolutely cool shit. And it makes it feel so damn good pulling off those whack combos. Or like just utterly draining a boss's stamina and going to town on them. It's like, yeah! I think that's what I like about Kazan with Dual Blades recently. It's basically that kind of style. Like, doing a technical parry to stun the boss a bit, and then going to town with a full-blown combo and just whacking and whacking and whacking. Man. I think I liked all of the Souls games I streamed. I mean, that's without saying, but I've had my most fun with them. Or at least quite a lot. Speaking of which, Sekiro. I think I did Sekiro... Okay, I played Sekiro off-screen, but honestly, I think I did Sekiro better when I streamed it, because I was trying all sorts of things, like the umbrella parries and the sugar rush, all that stuff. And I think when I did Ishin in the past, I had to waste like 3 extra revive items just to beat him. But this time I actually did it naturally, and shit, I pushed further than I ever could have by beating the inner bosses. Boy. Let's see. Strangers of Paradise. I think that was a good one. I just did not want to grind too much after being kind of tired of grinding with Neo. But man, that story, I know it's not like the best story ever, but it was so damn entertaining just watching Jack go full whole hogs, shutting down monologues with a punch, going, "I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm here to kill chaos." That game was such a meme, but it was so fun to play. Maybe I'll come back to it for the DLC one of these days when I'm all out of ideas. But that's all I have on it. Lies of P. I think Lies of P, this is gonna sound weird, but it's the Project Wingman of Souls, where it's like a game made in a similar style, but has just enough of its own fresh take to some degree to, you know, that, I don't know, I'm looking forward to the DLC, and it was fun playing it, and the katana parry was some, man, that katana parry, it was hard to land, but damn did it feel good shutting them down for a lot of damage. In fact, I kind of just trolled the last boss with the katana parry. And before P, Thymesia is one of those games where I think it just needs a sequel that expands on its mechanics. 'Cause it was interesting playing a plague doctor with, like, Sekiro mechanics. But it's like, the lore wasn't that interesting, the enemy design was kinda aight at times. Although there was a really annoying level where you had to, like, try to kill this big guy. And it was just like, I guess I was just kind of annoyed trying to run around and hit the weak points while fighting all the sub-bosses. Alright, and this brings us to Jedi Survivor. Well, maybe I'll just bundle both Survivor and Fallen Order into one talk to make this a short thing shorts kind of thing. We'll be here all day if I just talk about these games at full length. And we still got like 100 and something more to go, so dear God. Anyways, I think Fallen Order and Survivor were great. The only thing I would have liked is maybe actually being able to do more with the Force. It's so disappointing going into those two after Force Unleashed, where you could really use the Force to do some whack shit. But I guess it makes sense. Cal is a Padawan trying to get better. Starkiller is freaking broken. Comparatively. Still though, getting the hang of the lightsaber duels did feel pretty good. And I will say, I felt really good about beating the Cal clone at the end there. It was a bit of a struggle to get him down, but finally managing to do it, I was like, yep, I could close the game off on this. As for Jedi Survivor, it was a bit of a fight getting it to actually work. But once I did, it was also fun playing around with all the styles. Even though my favorite style was honestly dual sabers. Like, I'm just a sucker for dual wielding things. Like, just having a blade on both hands, or having a revolver on both hands, it's like, peak. Okay. Well, I know this is gonna say 33, it's actually 34, but still, this has been a long games list, and it's only about to get longer. So yeah, we'll skip talking about Fallen Order, and we'll go to Force Unleashed, where, I will say, I did not expect Force Unleashed to be, well, the second one to be so damn short that I could stream Republic Commando right after. and I don't really remember much from Unleashed 2, to be honest, other than the meme at the end with Darth Vader, where it's like, it's like, she's not real, she's real to me! Damn it. Ah, that fucking me. As for Force Unleashed 1, it was one of the games I owned on Xbox 360. And I think I could come back to it even now, and it'd be crazily fun anyways. There's just something satisfying, you know? Like, about controlling 3 stormtroopers with the Force, shocking them with lightning to turn them into a grenade, and then flinging them right at someone and, yeah, killing them. Oh no, I kind of forgot some games, but I'll probably just mention it at the end there. Where my score count's going up and up. Okay, so I guess with all this, it's been 160 games. Jesus Christ! What kind of thing was I smoking to play 159 games on stream? Probably smoking something pretty heavy, I guess. But anyways, let's continue on. So yeah, Force Unleashed 1, fun to play, fun doing all the PK things. I might have gotten carried away there, and my commentary probably wasn't the best either, but... well, I'm glad I just beat it live. I mean, that's what I feel about a lot of these games. I'm just glad I managed to do it live. House of the Dead remake. Man, that was so disappointing. Like, I know it was rather short, but I don't know. I felt more joy playing the actual House of the Dead arcade counter with the bad voice acting, because man, the remake's music really kills the vibe of this game. I think the music really made the first couple of House of the Deads, which is why the remake's so disappointing. And House of the Dead 2's remake is looking kinda depressing. I don't think I want to play it, not gonna lie. Just give me 3 and 4 but untouched. Just please. House of the Dead 3, though. I remember playing that one a lot with a friend, like way back when, and then we also played House of the Dead 2 with like cheat codes. Well, kind of. Like, the stages had like special weapons, right? So we eventually got enough to pick double grenade launcher and just one-shot everything. And it was a baller. But yeah, remake was disappointing, both, like, as a player and as a stream. Now, speaking of disappointing streams, and I think this is probably my most disappointing stream-like game ever, Transistor. I think I've been so disappointed with Transistor that I have not played any other Supergiant game ever since Transistor. And it's been 3 years. So, it's been, well, yeah, it's been quite some time. Like, I've given thought to, like, playing Hades or playing, Bastion, and I just can't get it in me to play those. Oh, well, I guess the next one, though. I did what I couldn't do in the past. Me and a friend played Republic Commando, but we beat it with invincibility cheats. And, like, we were really invested in the story and tried to, like, come up with fanfics of Sev surviving or something. Because we were so bummed out by the ending. But, yeah, second time through, many years later on my own, I actually did it. I beat it legit. And live. So it's like, yeah! I guess these games also prove my FPS routes never left me. I mean, FPS roots never left me. I guess they just lied dormant somewhere. But yeah, Republic Commando was fun. Both, like, as a short story where you play as super clone troopers, and as a game, even though some of the sections are really frustrating to do. Alright, now for some visual novels. I will say, I think I was trying to... I might have been too inspired by Pam. I really wanted to get into the visual novel game and all, and voice act and things, but I just find out through doing visual novels and trails. I don't like reading dialogue too much. I don't like voice acting dialogue too much, because I feel like I'm dog shit. And more importantly, I like being active in my games. So, yeah. But that being said, What Comes After was a pretty good story. I didn't think I'd beat it in one stream, but it was a pretty inspiring one. A girl who wants to die, but all the ghosts just give her better reasons to live on instead and go back home. And it's like, you know, it's a sweet story. Hakuoki. You know, I think Pam mentioned once during a Flayon stream that I actually played a whole route. I'm glad that Flayon never found this channel. Probably, maybe. Wouldn't this be embarrassing? But, my bizarre fantasies aside. Hakuoki. I still don't think I really jive that well with the Otome games, but it was a fun historical game about Edo, Japan. And the Okita route was actually not too bad to read through. Other than that, though, it's all such a blur when I streamed that one. I know that I did it as part of a bet that Pam couldn't do an English version of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I lost, although honestly that one was a softball. If I actually wanted to win, I'd probably actually try a little harder on my bets. Don't tell her that, though. No, wait, she'll never find out. I'm probably safe. Right? Right? Yeah, I'm probably safe. It's fine. It's Daijoubu. My Yoshi's watching my streams. It'll never happen. Not in this century and not the next. I kid. Alright, now for Mafia 1 and 2. I'll talk about 3 later, since I forgot to put it down. I can't believe it. I forgot that I beat Mafia 3. But man, Mafia 1 and 2 were some good gangster stories. Mafia 1 had the better gameplay, though. Or the remake of 1 had the better gameplay. 2 was... okay, the main campaign wasn't bad. 2's frustration for me lied in Joe's adventures. Joe's adventures sucked. I don't want to do that one again. I thought it was going to be a full-blown story where, like, the wanted level resets after each chapter, but no! So it just became tedium and frustration to do, Joe's adventures. Mafia 1, though, man, the story with Tommy Angelo and his rise to power with the Salieri's, and then the fall from grace, betrayal, etc. Kinda wish I could do that one again. Minus the driving level. Fuck the driving level. I think I don't want to do that one again. I can't believe I won that nonsense. Although I had to actually nerf it to normal mode. And with that, we are 43 out of 160. Hold on. I need to change the numbers. Maybe I'm going senile. Or maybe this is just a result of streaming so many games and beating so many games that my mind's been going blank. But, you know, it's nice, though, talking about these again. A starry campfire sort of thing with chill music. Anyways, let's talk about the Destroy All Human games. The remakes were great. Damn, this is just mostly what I remembered from playing during the time I had my PS2. I replayed the shit out of these two games, especially the second one. I don't know, there was some weird joy being able to... Well, for one, the psychokinesis is just about as good as Force Unleashed. The saucer mechanics are fine. You could upgrade your guns to feel like a damn machine at some point. And the humor was whack and entertaining. I don't know. Destroy All Humans 2 and 1 are just really fun games to play. Like when you don't want something serious and you just want to go blasting. Or you want to be an Ayla Mao for like a whole game. Then it's like, yeah, go play these two. They're great. And it was fun streaming number 2 with Tori since he's only played the first one. So it was a fun co-op adventure. Even though sometimes it kind of bugged out. Drake of the 99 Dragons. Alright, we'll take our first, like, song break or something at 58 games. Let me yap about Trails, even though I've yapped too much about Trails at this point. But, Drake of the 99 Dragons. The worst game I've played on this channel. I would probably play anything else but this thing again. I don't know how I beat it. I think I just lucked out at the end there and kind of won through sheer force of will, because I don't know what the fuck you were supposed to do against the final boss of Drake of the 99 Dragons. And like, 90% of the time it played like some bizarre amalgamation of Max Payne and cell shading. Alright. With that, we're up to 46. 46 games. Holy shit. How the fuck did I play so many of these on this channel? Like, I keep thinking to myself as these numbers increase. I know me and Nabs were having a conversation on it earlier, but it's like, I'm actually surprised people look at my gameplay and go, wow, this guy's good! It's like, haven't you seen like 9 other streamers do the nonsense I do? Maybe I'm just undervaluing myself. But, yeah. I don't know how I've lasted for so long, but still, beating all of these things, showing off all these games, it does feel good. But maybe that's just me, because I like completing adventures. And speaking of adventures, boy, the Trails stuff. Like, no matter what I ended up doing, I wanted to stream Trails. Because back then, there was no VTuber that streamed Trails back when I started. And Trails was also the gateway drug I needed to play harmonica music. So, yeah, let's see. Trails in the Sky. I made the first game went by fine. And I thought I had an enjoyable time playing through the first game. Hopefully my commentary was also there too. The second game on Nightmare NG. I think that was the start of it, when I started doing Nightmare. Nightmare runs. Holy shit, Nightmare NG Trails in the Sky second chapter is like probably the hardest thing I've done on this channel, or at least one of them. Holy fuck. At least I figured out how broken Zin was at the end. But that game was just really hard to beat. Almost got to a point where it's like, I just wanted to quit the challenge and turn it down to like harder than normal. But I kept going, and well, 9 hours on the final boss, but hey, we beat it. As for Trails in the Sky the Third, I don't know, it felt like a standard romp. I mean, Trails in general for me just feels like me going through games I love again. Trying to do maybe a few different things, but just doing it live, sharing it live, and having it be permanently etched on YouTube somewhere. And being able to say, well, hey, I'm that streamer who streamed Trails. There's a lot more streamers that stream Trails nowadays, and I think it's going up in popularity. Maybe we'll see, like, the big corpos play this one. But for now, even with big corpos, though, I'm glad I found Stall. Stall has been such a blessing, and so much fun to watch her. I don't know, it just feels like a return to the good old days. Hey, Michelle. Welcome, welcome. We're just kind of reminiscing on games. And trying to keep count of, like, how many things I've actually beaten in 3 years. Let's see. The Crossbell games. I think I've flip-flopped my opinions on those time to time. Where part of me thinks maybe Azure was kind of overrated, but at the same time, the events in Azure were like, they were really popping. And like, the first time you get into the fight with like Aryan Road or some of the crazier legends, it's like, oh shit. And the final boss on Nightmare was some kind of a struggle. But overall, I think I had more fun streaming those 2 games than the Sky Trilogy. Even though the Sky Trilogy wasn't that bad either. And that brings us to Cold Steel's Tetralogy. I will say, Cold Steel 1 was fine. I think I enjoyed my time there streaming it. Cold Steel 2 was... I think I grinded a little too hard on my own there, and it just got kind of stale at some points with like how long this game goes on, to a point where even I wanted to kind of fall asleep during the cutscenes of 2. 3 really brings it back though. I love 3. 3 is probably like, I don't know, probably top 5 Trails games for me. 4, well, I'm kind of mixed on CS4. Like, I think overall it's like 90% good for me, with like 10% being like a few frustrations upon replay. And hey, Sway! Welcome, welcome. Yep, it's been 3 years. And I've beaten... Well, I guess after all the Trails games, we're about to find out how much I just beat so far. The number is staggeringly high for a diminutive channel like this. Nabs says it's amazing that I've kept consistent with beating games when I start them. And I think to myself, it's like, is it really that big of a deal? Just being a guy that actually follows through and beats the games, let alone somewhat skillfully? I don't know, I guess maybe I just don't think much of it. In, like, my accomplishments are small time, I think, compared to, like, the bigger end VTube channels and whatnot, where they're making all these connections, going to cons, doing these big concerts. But at the same time, I don't really think that's what I want. The more I think on it, and with how recent events have shaped up, it's probably not what I want at the end of the day. Like, I like chilling here, playing games, beating games, making harmonica covers. It's a nice slice of comfort, even when I'm tilting or crashing out. At least I know I can just come back to this or try to make the best of my time here. Even if it might show on stream once or twice. But yeah. Let's move on to Trails Through Reverie. Reverie. My favorite. Probably my favorite Trails to actually play for the gameplay. Because, man, it's so fun customizing everyone there, making broken monsters and strategies out of damn near anything. Seeing 1 million cast hits and then doing it again rapidly. It's like, The story and the plot, well, I'd say it's mostly good. Like, I don't remember not liking the story much, other than Lloyd's route, where it feels like a rehash. But that's just me. And now for Daybreak 1 and 2. Daybreak 1, the mechanics were okay, but the story and characters were great. Daybreak 2, characters were great, gameplay was fine, story kind of a mixed bag. It had, like, some good moments, but then it just had frustrating moments, even for Trails. Overall, for all the Trails games, I don't regret streaming any of these. I'm gonna be kinda depressed now that they're gone from the schedule. It's like, oh shit, what do I do? But I think we're gonna get a new turn-based to replace it soon enough. Sorry I'm sniffling a bit here. I think I'm coming down with something of a cold, maybe. Or maybe it's just working in cold weather for like most of today. While wearing basically a fisherman vest. And a t-shirt, which, yeah, probably not my brightest idea. Actually, scratch that. No, it's definitely not my brightest idea. Holy shit, no. But, yeah. Alright, I think we can take a small music break. Now, I thought about singing something, but I don't think I can manage it. Or at least not for now. Anyways, let's tally up our counts. Well, I do have a few small thoughts. But, well, I don't know. I guess I'm just happy to make it this far. And I've started meeting really nice people, in addition to all the nice people I know already. Anyways, hold up. Okay, for this one, you know what? There was a song I was gonna sing, but not gonna bother for now. Instead, I'll just try to impromptu make a harmonica cover live, because I'm kind of bozo like that. So let's just take this away. Make sure my mic has noise filter off. And I guess we'll get into it for a little bit. Alright. I forgot how One the Love goes from DJ Max, but I know Zareth likes it, so I might as well try. Oh wait, I guess I'll have to sing it anyways. Alright, where was it? No, not music sheets. Okay, this Naver blog one is good enough. Oh shit! Holy shit, I got it first try! Oh my god, this is terrifying. I don't know how I got that first try, because the song's like, love's such amazing, amazing. No wait, love's such an amazing, crazy thing, and it makes the world beautiful. Why do you wanna leave me? Remember the time we had. Okay, you know what, fuck it. Let's see if I remember what I just did. Okay, so 6 minus 6, 7 minus 7. 7. Oh, yeah. Here we go. So the first part, I think resembles... I think it resembles the beginning. Oh, man. This song's growing on me. And I don't even... It's like... And the lyrics are just word salad. No. Okay, so 6 and a 5 is the start of the next line. Okay. Oh, wait, actually, wait, is this even going through? I don't know if it's going through. Oh, wait, actually, there's a perfect way to test this. Hold up. Where's my little device here? Okay, we'll do, like, maybe one goofy kalimba music later. I say I would end up doing karaoke, and I guess I ended up doing it for a bit anyways. Okay, so I guess I'll try it like this. No, wait, that's not it. Da da da. Oh wait, yeah. Remember the time we had. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's how that went. Don't tell Zareth I'm trying to make One the Love on our harmonica. Holy shit. Why am I trying to make DJ Max music on a fucking 10-hole? What am I doing? You know what? I'll just save this for now. I have a more completed track that I can show off. Okay, hold up. I think I have something that I've been meaning to do, but it's like... Okay, so I basically have mechanized memory ready to go. Although honestly, I'm kind of running out of breath, so maybe I'll just try it on a kalimba for now. I'm not gonna try the full song. That was like a small snippet. I think I have another bit that's more familiar. Yeah, I know, I'm not playing at my functional best right now. But I do have mechanized memories, and it'll probably go, give me 2 weeks or something for that one. It's gonna be a bit. Let me try to play it on a kalimba, blindly. Oh! My. Okay, you know what? That was not a bad kalimba run of mechanized memory from Armored Core. And with that, I think Song Break is going to be over for now. Let's get back to it before I forget. We're at 58. I just talked about Olive Trails, and now we're about to talk about the rest of the Falcom catalog. Where did I put it? Oh, there's the games list. I know I'm yapping a bunch, but I guess feel free to chime in about any of the games you're actually curious about. Anyways. Oh, right, I forgot the standard music. Let's just start it over. Now then, so yeah. Ys Origins, and I think the Napishtim Ys in general. But, Origins was fun. Like, I remember at one point I glossed over the Ys games because they weren't as plot-heavy as Trails. But then, I think that was a phase where I was trying to, like... I was trying to be in with the crowd that liked the story, but... I think I have too many roots in the, gameplay aspect. So, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm doing my own anniversary while I'm getting close to being sick. But whatever, it's fine. So, back to Ys 10. Great music, I like the 3 playable characters, even though, Toal was kinda rough to use. And honestly, out of the bunch, I think I liked, Hugo the most, mainly because he was a range spammer with, like, really broken-ass gameplay. But yeah, Origins was fun, really intense bosses, and yeah, it was just a really nice 2D... Well, I want to say 2D, but it was more like a 3D action-adventure, kind of like Zelda. Like, Zelda, but... edgier? Maybe that's the word I'm looking for insofar as Ys. Now, as for, like, Ys 1 through 10, let's start with the bump games. I guess I have played bump games before, Ys. I thought I didn't, but no, I have. It was Half Minute Hero. And, so yeah, maybe I was already familiar with bump as it is. But yeah, Ys 1 and 2, I think the story and characters were the more interesting part of the stream than watching me try to mow down monsters by running adjacent to them and hitting odd angles. And the second game was honestly Fireball Jutsu the game. Until the end, where you get an invincible spell and just kinda ram the boss until it dies. The world building, though, for the first, for Ys Origins 1 and 2 are great. Or, well, I'd say they're serviceable enough. It is kinda neat how they're all interconnected. And yeah, I guess all the interconnectivity of Trails begins here in Ys. Speaking of which, I shudder to think about playing Oath in Felghana on Inferno. That game was rough. The worm fight was rough. Some of the things like the triple harpies was a rough fight. But man, the music was so good. I think that was like the main thing that kept me going with Oath in Felghana. Same with Ark of Napishtim, actually. Like, man, I think Ark of Napishtim has one track that I just keep thinking about. It's like this funky disco track that plays when you're on the final level of Napishtim, but, anyways, back to Oath in Felghana, though. The dub actually was pretty solid. I wonder how the remake is with the voice acting. I don't know if I should play it again or not. I try not to replay things twice, because I want to keep this list moving and all, but maybe it's not so bad every once in a while. Anyways, Ys Celceta, I'll be honest, it felt like a weirdly generic adventure, even for Adol. Like, you get a Dogi substitute, but I just miss the blue guy. And I don't think any of the other characters were interesting too. I'm glad they fixed that later. Actually, no, wait. Celceta is actually a downgrade from Ys 7, where the characters were actually mostly interesting, and the plot was actually somewhat there. Probably one of the better plots in an Ys game, to be honest. as far as 7 goes, but we'll get to that. East 5 wasn't as bad as everyone said, but it was also kind of one of those whatever stream adventures that I had. Which sounds kind of bad for me to say, but that's just how it felt. Ark of Nepishtim, I think it was only grindy because I was trying to beat the super boss. And when I did beat the super boss, no, not Galbalon. The final boss did not take that much time to beat at all. I had the feeling it was supposed to be more difficult to fight Ernst and Nepishtim, but yeah, I kind of overgrinded on Nightmare. Oops. I was also trying one of the cheesy speedrun strategies, and yeah, maybe I should have just stuck with a standard adventure. Yeah. Oh, right, fuck dash jump. Holy shit, I never want to do that mechanic again. That platforming was so dog shit. Alright. And now that we're past the Pishtim, I think East 7 is probably in my top 3 East games. I don't know. The music for me in East 7 was crazily good. Especially Raging... oh god. I'm blanking out. Hold on. Crossing Rage. Crossing Rage is like probably one of my favorite battle themes. It plays at such a good moment in the story when you just got accused of murdering the king. You're on your own. You're fighting a big tiger monster. But then the music starts and it's like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'll prove my innocence. I'll solo this big beast. And for Adol, it's like just every other Tuesday. But you feel so badass doing it. It's like, yeah! On to another really good East game. East 8. I can see why people put it up as one of the best Easts, and frankly, I kind of have to agree. East 10 was wonderful. I mean, East 8. East 8. 10 is also good, and so is 9. But, yeah, East 8. Donna was a really strong side character. I liked most of the Islanders. Even though at the end of the day, I think the only one I really remember is, like... I know Loxia has an arc where she goes from a snooty, noble woman to someone who's willing to get her hands dirty and fight with Adol. And playing as her is not too bad either. Sahad, I wish they did more with him. And the constant fart jokes were just kind of grating, not gonna lie. I don't remember too much about Hummel and Ricotta, but Donna, man, Donna's story was so good. Or really good for an East game, where the side character isn't just another damsel for Adol to save. Like, Donna kicks ass, and holy shit, some of her battles. Especially the super boss you can fight as Donna, where you have to do like a bunch of perfect dodges and parries. It's like, damn, this girl's got chops. Falcom kinda based, making really good two really good female pro tags. Like, Estelle's great. Donna's great. And you know what? I would go to say, oh god, I'm trying to remember names. Hold on. It's been a decent bit. Oh, Karja. Holy shit, how did I forget her name? See, this is what happens when you play too many of these on stream. Like I do. You just kind of forget where you are. But anyways. Yeah, I guess the only thing I didn't like about East 8 was honestly the raids. I hated doing the raids and the town defense. It was kind of exhausting. Granted, I played it on Nightmare, so yeah, I played it on Inferno out of the gate, so yeah, even worse. And even worse for myself, I was honestly trying to do a no potions challenge until the end, where I just kind of gave up on that idea. I can't believe I lasted until the absolute final boss to decide, yeah, I'm gonna use my resources now. I don't like this. But, yeah. This brings it to East 9, where you can start to feel some of the effects of the trails bleeding into East. Like, that game, honestly, if you played every other East game before East 9, it makes it so much better. If you haven't... I mean, East 9 is still a fine adventure, but if you've beaten all the other games, you can feel Adol's, culmination of experiences. Like, you get some options where you get to say, hey, I did that in the other games. Or like, hey, I met the 5 gods and fought them. And then, I don't know, it's just kind of a nice feeling. Just seeing a character progress like that from game to game. But maybe that's just my quirk. Like, I like following these kind of story threads to the end. And now with that... Oh wait, right. East 10. East 10 was interesting. At first I didn't really like it, but the mechanics honestly grew on me. And slimming down from a party of, like, a bunch of characters to Adol and a main partner, I think that's honestly a better direction for this series. I don't think this series was made. It's like, I don't think Adol's adventures accommodate multiple party members as well as it does with just, like, one other party member. Although, speaking of which, where's the Adol and Dogi game? Come on! Anyways. Yeah, East 10 was fun to play, the ship battles grew on me, and, I guess overall, I'd say the East games are much easier to stream than the Trails games. You don't have to pay attention as much, and all you really need to do is be somewhat decent and you'll do fine. And bop out to the music, which honestly is not too hard. East tracks are crazily good. Oh man, how long have I been yapping for? Oh my god, it's been 2 hours and 30. And I'm like nowhere near halfway through the list. But now we can talk about Nayuta. Nayuta no Kiseki was I'll admit, I had low expectations, but at the end, it was another great side game. Honestly. It's kinda nice. Like, it has a mix of, like, the East gameplay, but they tried to have a Trails kind of plot, and I think it works out. So, I don't know what else I could really say about the game. Like, the music was bopping, and the environmental mechanics with New. Like, at first I kinda ignored New, but the game gets a lot better when you try to incorporate a bit of her mechanics into yours. But that goes without saying. And it was compelling, seeing Nayuta go from relying on his friend to being a mighty adventurer all on his own. and beating all these crazy threats. And getting better with him through gameplay, but I mean, that goes without saying. I guess I just like character growth I get to play out. That's probably the big takeaway from all of this. Okay, and with that, we are at 70 out of 160. Dear heavens. I might be here for another hour or two. I'll take another break when it hits like 120. The next ones, I should be able to kind of rapid fire. Not gonna lie. Alright, so here goes. Miracle Snack Shop. Honestly, I picked this up because Pam... I think I was still in that whole phase where I was trying to... like the things Pam liked. Even though it turns out, yeah, no, my tastes are far, far different. And my trajectory is also far, far different. But for what I did, for that visual novel though, it was surprisingly good. Although I think all of the good stuff happens more on the princess half than with the other main girl, if I'm gonna be honest. Like with the other main girl, I don't know, it feels like the story kind of takes a dive. In comparison, there's just not much to chew on. And the ice shop mechanic gets kind of easy enough to deal with. So, yeah, that's just my thoughts on that one. I think it was like, maybe somewhere down the line, I probably should do a visual novel again. I keep thinking about it, but it's like, I guess I'm just the gameplay kind of guy, so... The next one I can talk about a little quicker. I will say, I find Spec Ops The Line overrated. I didn't have that whole shock and awe when I don't know. It just felt like one of those adventures or rather, it's like a stream where I just kind of forgot that I streamed it in the first place. And I didn't really jive with the game's message. Because it's like, I don't know. The way they ham-fist the white phosphorus thing it just does not do it for me. Like, I'm more affected by the bombing raid in Ace Combat Zero than the phosphorus nuke of Spec Ops The Line. Goes without saying. But, or rather, goes without saying for me. But, yeah. I don't know. I played it just to see if it lived up to the hype, and for me, it honestly didn't. That's all I'll have to say on that one. Now, what did kinda live up to things was Manhunt 1 and 2, especially 1. Holy shit. Playing through Manhunt 1, I did it to be edgy, but dear god, that shit was tense. Trying to outsmart all those, thugs, trying to murder them in the shadows, doing the stupid pop and hide nonsense. And the end with Pigsy was intense. Just trying to evade the guy, finally getting him to collapse on the floor and die, picking up the chainsaw, murdering the Cerberus unit one by one, and then finally slapping the director with a chainsaw. I will say, Manhunt 1 holds up as a really tense, slightly horror game. Except for the crane sections. The crane sections fucking suck. Holy shit, I don't want to do those again. I think I got through it fine when I played through, but it's like... Okay, now, on to some more Rockstar games, with San Andreas, Vice City, and the third. I'll start with 3. 3 felt kind of generic, even for me streaming it. I mean, there might have been a few hard missions, but it's like... I didn't feel anything for the characters and story and setting. It's like... it's a revenge story, I guess, and Claude uses everyone, I guess. It's like... Fortunately, that was fixed with Vice City. I love Vice City. Holy shit. Like, there was... I don't know, I found playing Tommy's Rise to Power pretty gripping. It's like... I think at the end there, even I was... I got too into the story and I was like, man, fuck Lance, I'm killing this guy. Or at least that's how I felt. I'm kind of bummed out I never managed to succeed on the stunt level, though. Thank goodness you didn't actually have to succeed on that one to get the ending. Cause driving the motorcycle in that game through all those stunts was really clunky. But yeah, Vice City was quite solid. I wouldn't mind doing that one again. Now, San Andreas, though, after playing it, I could see why that one's everyone's favorite. And honestly, I think out of the GTAs, in terms of gameplay and stuff to do, I think I'm also on that boat. San Andreas has my favorite gameplay. And the cast is great, too. Like, of course, you got Ryder and, Oh, right, me and a friend were... Like, we were cooking some jank fanfics while we were doing the job. Or rather, we were on the job. And then we came up with this bizarre one, where it was like, Malik is, Malik is Big Smoke, and Revan was CJ. It was so dumb. I'm gonna botch the impersonations here, so hang on. It was like, you came to the wrong house, Jedi! It's like, hey, don't slash! It's like, Revan, my dog! God, that is such a dumb scenario. And I know I sounded goofy there. I meant it to be goofy. Like, I love the voice acting in San Andreas, don't get me wrong. It's great. Like, that game is just peak. But, a surprise for me was beating GTA 4 live. Like, I remember watching my friend play that game, and I think back then I got bored. Ironically, when I was playing it, I had quite a bit of fun with it, honestly. And the story with Nico was pretty gripping, too. And I liked Roman. Actually, no, I just liked the whole cast of GTA 4, for the most part. Other than, like, Pegorino. Hell, I like Roy Buccino more than Pegorino. As for the DLCs, I liked the Ballad of Gay Tony a lot more than the biker one. But that's just me. And now on to the last one for the Rock... I don't think it's the last one for the Rockstar catalog, but... Actually, no, it might be the last Rockstar game I played, as far as the list is concerned. L.A. Noire. I love L.A. Noire. It's a great game. I'm just bummed out they had to write Phelps like that, because I liked Cole. But it's like, really? He does a sudden 180 into being a cheater. It's like, why? I like the guy, damn it. Game please. We are halfway through. Oh man. Halfway through with all the games I've done in 3 years. I guess overall, maybe this proves that... I don't know. Nah, I would say I like streaming if I'd like to stream this much. Get this far. Try to show off skillful things and all. But, alright, we're at 80 out of... The next ones are gonna be kind of rapid fire, too. Berserk Muso was fun for what it is. Honestly, while I like the aesthetics of Berserk, I guess I'm not knee deep into the story like everyone else is. I don't know. Maybe I should just read the series again or something, but it's like... I'm not super into it, like the big fans are. And I guess that's okay. Muso did what it did for me. Run around as Guts, beat the shit out of like a bunch of mobs and look cool. Finally getting the Berserker armor and just going like Sonic the Hedgehog on everyone was some kind of power trip. Yeah, it's not a bad stress relief game. As for Off was shorter than I expected. But I will say, I'm glad the game is getting a remake. An official one, officially translated, because it's a solid... I'd say it's a solid RPG. Where you think you're playing as the good guy, but no, you turn out to be making everything worse and trying to kill off the entire world. And it's like, holy shit. And the ending was crazy, since you could pick either to support Judge, or you could stick with Batter and finish everyone off. And it's like, damn. And the imagery was something. Well, the imagery was definitely creepy with these guys melting into sugar. Although maybe I just get a little squicked when people melt into Tang. But that's just me. Gungrave Gore. I'm gonna be honest, I only picked that one up because I liked the anime. But Gore wasn't such a bad game to play through. The train level was kind of frustrating with all the bumps and nicks, but every other level was fine enough. And it's like, I could see why Gungrave was made for stressed out salarymen. All you need to do is like, just, you know, fire and look cool. Also, Raiders, hello! Welcome to my basically long-ass retrospective on the 160 games I've managed to play in 3 years of streaming. I'm not sure if that's like a high number or not, as far as this is concerned. But this is where we're at. 80 out of 160. Jesus Christ. Sometimes I think, man, I should have made more of an effort to collab and do all these things. Make big friends. But I'm just a humble guy who likes beating games, going on long adventures, and talking about these games. I guess along with making harmonica covers of games that I really like because I just want to remember them. Even years from now. But, anyways. Gore's a fun stress relief game. Just run around, mash that shoot button, and go nuts. Sometimes we all need something like that in life. Or we all need something like that to play. Just a little mindless, but you feel kinda cool and happy doing it. And you know what? That's okay. I think that's like the appeal of... I almost want to say that's kind of the appeal of a Muso game. Just that odd power fantasy that lets you relieve stress in a way you just don't outside of all this. But, I guess I'm waxing enough poetic about a game where you basically mash, shoot button, do dives. Hey, And, thanks. Yeah, it's been 3 long years. I'm still kicking, somehow. Like, I'll be real, I thought I'd kick the bucket by year 1. But, no, we're still here for some reason, somehow, some way. Anyway, let's move on to Nier Replicant. Replicant is by far my favorite out of the two Niers. Maybe I just can't relate to robot characters, but I don't think that's the issue when I'm more invested with X and Zero's story than I am with anyone in the Automata cast. But with Replicant though, I loved the main crew and the town folks, and hell, I even remember a specific question, a very specific quest chain that I liked in Replicant. It was the one where you help out the lighthouse lady begrudgingly, and then it leads to a point where you find out the mailman's been giving her false hope ever since her husband died. And if you choose to tell her the truth, she wants to keep up the lie anyways, because it made the town happy. And then she dies, and it's like, my heart's just breaking. And then there's like another event that you can only access when you beat the game twice and can understand the shades, where you basically kill off a little girl that was trying her best to fit in with a person that she liked, except a Shade's version of fitting in is eating a bunch of replicants, which is a big no-go. So, yeah. I don't know. I think Nier Replicant gets the depressing stories right for me. The conundrum of right and wrong, and everyone has their own perspective, was honestly just really well done there. Automata... Maybe if I played the game 2 more times I'd like it, but that's forcing myself to play a game 2 more times. One that I know I just don't really jive with. I think the first time I played it, I was riding the high of the hype. And I guess I was in a phase where I wanted to sound smarter than... I wanted to sound smart and intelligent during that phase, instead of acknowledging I'm just a simple guy who likes his adventures and such. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel a bit of FOMO with Automata, because a lot of other people like it, but I guess I just don't at the end of the day. Worst part of all is, most people like Weight of the World, but it doesn't do anything for me. I guess maybe it's because I'm a guy, but it's like... Anyway, how is Automata's gameplay? The gameplay is good, although it does get kinda stale after a bit, and when you're playing as 9S, oh boy, this game gets real stale and sloggy. I hope you like hacking mini-games. But 2B and A2 play well, I think. And there's a lot of customization to how you want to play, so I generally have no complaints about Automata's gameplay. It's just that the character story and philosophy they just don't do it for me. Like, I think this is why I prefer AI or maybe I just prefer things where there's a humanoid fleshy part to counterbalance all the robots instead of being pure robots. I think that's why Mega Man Zero worked for me, because you had the Resistance, and then eventually you had the Caravan in number 4. While Nier Automata just... I don't know. Maybe it's my mind trying to be contrarian, and maybe I actually like it. I don't fucking know with this game. And that all said, that makes 85 out of 100. Oh boy, we're more than halfway through, gang. We're more than halfway through, gang. Holy shit. Good God. I'm fumbling my words. I should probably drink some water after You know, I'll make it a point to drink water before I talk about the list with like Amori, Sakuna, Xanadu, personas. I think that's what I'll do. Anyways, here's all the flying games. Or, actually, yeah, it is all the flying games plus Live A Live. Whew. I must say, I hope Ace Combat 3 gets a remake. That thing was wild to play out. Have I read all of Berserk? Sadly, no. I think I stopped a bit, like... I think it was like Guts enters another depression arc after getting Casca taken away from him again by Griffith. But, yeah. I guess back to it, though. Playing the translated version of Ace Combat 3 by Project Nemo. The beginning levels weren't too bad. Then you get to more and more insane ones, until you do an entire level dedicated to tunnel running, which... I can't believe I did that one first try, but... even more ridiculous was, even more ridiculous in Ace Combat 3 was fighting Rena on one of the, on the route where you have to destroy all the power stations to disable her ship. Nothing I was trying worked, so eventually I just drove under, like, 7 bridges and finally managed to do it. And it was like, yeah! Ace Combat seems to be a childhood staple for a lot of people, just like Armored Core, you know, Sly. Honestly, I think PS2 might have been one of the greatest consoles of all time. There were just too many good games on PS2. And, actually, yeah. So, I guess, speaking of the PS2 trilogy, if I had to rank it, it would be 0, 4, and 5. I like the gameplay of 0 and 4, and I also like the stories of 0 and 4, since they were a lot more subtle about their whole anti-war message. And I think 4... Ace Combat 4 had a really good presentation. Or, well, okay, now I'm glazing it a little too much. But Ace Combat 4 had wonderful presentation with, like, Yellow Team and the Kid, and how Yellow 13 and the Kid were becoming friends, which leads to the level where you shoot him down to be kinda somber after all that. I still can't believe I managed to make a diatonic version of whatever the theme the Kid played on the harmonica was. I kind of forgot the name. But yeah, Ace Combat 4 was great. The music was really good, especially Kimona and Megalith. Oh man. As for Ace Combat 0, I think that game's probably the best of the trilogy for me. You had the whole, like, 3-route structure, lots of missions, lots of replayability, really memorable lines, like, well, mostly at the end. I think Pixie just has all the good lines, where one of them's like, I've seen people like you. You've been on the battlefield for a long time. I bet you think you're invincible. I do too, buddy. And stuff like, we're two sides of a coin, but we never face. I don't know. Pixie and that whole story about, like, the, perspectives of war, borders, I don't know. And the Spanish flamenco in Ace Combat 0 really sold it for me. Whether it was like Knights of the Round Table when you were dueling the 10 MiG-31s in Mercenary Route, Oh wait, no, yeah, it was Schwartz's team. Yeah, holy shit, that fight was hard. I can't believe I actually got it down to a science eventually. And the missile joust with Pixie. Man. As for Ace Combat 5, I think it's my least favorite. Between, like, no more return lines, the stingy ammo problem, the overly tanky enemies. And I think the story was just kinda a little more ham-fisted than 4 and 0, so I don't know, I just didn't like that one as much. Still not too bad to play through, but honestly, I would play 0 or 4 in a heartbeat before I did 5 again. On to the next one, Ace Combat 6. I will say though, short game, but damn, a lot of cool moments. Like, I liked what they did with the tunnel run at the end, where instead of flying through a tunnel, you're just flying straight down a gun barrel to shoot the core out. And it's like, oh man. And all that after an intense scene where your partner dies, quote unquote, getting the recon for you. And it's like, no, Shamrock! And, yeah, the music was also really good. And the guns in Ace Combat 6 were fucking broken. Like, damn, you might as well not bother with missiles, because the guns are great in Ace Combat 6. And I think it had some... Well, let's see, the fighting Pasternak was alright, but I remember fighting the guy on more. Because at first I just shot everything one by one, but then I tried it again with bombing, and honestly that worked a lot better to fight that ship. By dropping Fabes. And, oh yeah, there was another story moment I remembered in Ace Combat 6. It was the one level where it looks like you're by yourself fighting against a bunch of enemies because, I think you fucked up somewhere and, like, I forgot what the punishment was. But yeah, like, it looked like to be a hopeless battle, but then your team shows up to support you and it's like, yeah! Did I mention the Ameria Air Force is so busted? Holy shit. These guys are way too competent for normal Ace Combat standards. You can order a freaking smash attack or a full cover and the Ameria Force will just straight up shoot down nearly everyone. But yeah. Moving on to Ace Combat 7. I'd say Ace Combat 7 was fun. I don't know too much about the story, although the prison arc was pretty good. That's what I remember anyways. But other than that, honestly the final boss for Ace Combat 7 feels like a lame duck. Like, the big airship you... Oh yeah, right. The Arsenal bird you fight before the finale felt more like a finale. And fighting 2 drones was, like, kind of a whatever, story-wise. Alright, well, I guess I've kind of ran out of things to say about 7. So, let's move on to Assault Horizon. Man, Assault Horizon was... I guess it was okay for a playing game, and honestly, I think the co-op salvages it, because it was fun playing this one with Zareth, and man, I wish there were more Ace Combats with co-op so I could play with him some more. But other than that, basically Call of Duty story, but Ace Combat. So it's like, Alright, I guess. At least press... I think it was like press Y to fist pump was kind of funny though. It did the whole press F to whatever before press F to whatever was a thing. Alright. Next up. Raider's Spear 4th. Basically a visual novel, but surprise, it's actually an Ace Combat game. And if you pick hard mode on Raider's Spear 4th, might be one of the harder playing games in this entire list. Holy shit, hard mode Raider's Spear 4th really is made for having the endgame planes early. Cause wow, you just get wrecked left and right. The missile lock-on sucks. And it's like, honestly, it's a game where you just want to use your gun most of the time. Because the missiles suck ass. But overall, it wasn't that bad, I guess. And it had some interesting levels, like, there's a point where you have to do a tunnel run, except the tunnel run involves actually fighting in a small-ass tunnel. And you also go into a bunch of warp holes to move your plane into the next location, and it's like, huh. Alright, and now we are at Project Wingman. Wingman is a good standard to have. Comparable to Lies of P. Managing to capture the original spirit of the genre you're in, but also doing your own thing. In Wingman's case, being able to switch multiple weapons on one plane. And the guns being stupidly good. And I'd say the story was pretty entertaining for an Ace Combat adjacent story. And Crimson 1 is like Pixie on steroids as far as fighting the damn guy goes. Man, that was an intense mercenary mode fight. And so was the DLC boss. I wish I figured out that, yeah, maybe just use bombs because they actually one-shot all the armaments. But, yeah. Alrighty. And the last one on this list before we change it to 95. Live A Live. I was waiting on that remake. Oh wait, not remix, remake. I was waiting on the remake. It delivered. Man, the Live A Live remake was great. It's a really good short JRPG game. You could beat it in like 10 hours, maybe even less. And all the routes are interesting. One sec, you're playing as a cowboy, trying to prop up the town to defend it. Then you play as a wrestler. You can play as a... Oh, the Kung Fu chapter is my favorite. Because it has a mechanic that I just don't really see used. Where the master can train his students, fight them enough that they learn his skills, and then it'll be passed on to the student, and now the student can perform his skills. And it's interesting because the student levels up while the master has hit his peak and can't level up. And then there's the Night chapter. Oh man. The Night chapter was great when I first played this, but it's even better with the remake where it gets voice acting. Where you can watch the protag just lose everything, and it's just so painful. And then they do the hot twist where at the finale, you can pick whichever protag, but if you pick the Night protag, you get a really evil ending where you change history to fuck over the heroes. Except when you win, it turns out to be nothing anyways, since you've honestly accomplished nothing other than being alone. And it's like, damn! I also liked what they did with the ending in Live Alive, where after so long, the knight gets to be a hero, just like he always wanted. And I found that touching. Doesn't really absolve the guy of all of the crimes, but hey. Maybe that's just the thing I'd like to think for myself. Maybe one day, I can say I'm an unambiguously a good person. But I don't think that day's coming soon enough, unfortunately. Oh man. I didn't think so many people would be here for this anniversary yap, as I just moved down a freaking... Look at this, holy shit, we're not even through halfway. But I guess we're getting closer and closer every 10 I do, and some of these are more breezy to talk about than the others. So, I guess I'll just get a bottle of water, just to not dry out too soon. Especially not before I get to talk about Armored Core. That's one of the more fun ones I got to do. Yeah! Y'all can see, I really love games and completing games. I guess enough to, forgo the normal VTuber things in exchange, for better or worse. I want to say I'm contributing in my own way, even if it's, like, not by much. Alright, so the next one, Amori. I didn't know anything about Amori before I played it, but damn, I really got sucked into that one. Like, I got really invested in Sunny's story. And, boy, that twist at the near end was like a punch in the gut. But I think all in all, I prefer the ending where Sunny overcomes Amori and tries to move on from his big fuck up. I don't know if he ever tells the crew. He probably does, and they all split up at the end of the day. I think. And honestly, I guess that's probably for the best. Just tell the truth, have a clean break, you know. 'Cause, realistically, if I told my group of friends that I killed someone they all loved, it's like, I don't think they're forgiving me for that one. But this is, I don't know, him and Basil moving on is infinitely preferable to all the bad endings, where Amori wins and you... Oyasumi. Oh, wait, in fact... Oh, I have... Alright, we're gonna take a short music break, hold on. I do have something. A track that I have never actually played in my entire history of streaming. Or, making harmonica music. Until now. I hope I don't dry out my throat anymore, but... Oh, we do what we gotta do. Oh wait, I need to turn off noise suppression for this one. So, once upon a time, I actually did make a bunch of tabs for, yeah, I made a bunch of tabs for Oyasumi. I never got around to actually playing it, but you know what? It's an anniversary. We need to take a short break from me yapping about games to play music from a game. So, let's see if I can play this one right. we go. Oops. Okay. So, maybe I should just release the Oyasumi track at some point. Because it is a simple one, admittedly. And honestly, I think playing it on harmonica actually made it sound more cheerful than it should be. Which is not good, since it's a song about, taking a big dive. So, yeah. Not the message I'm trying to encourage here. Just saying. It really isn't. But yeah. I think Omori was great too. Like, that game had good storytelling. The gameplay was but the characters and story were on point. And stuff like the secret black areas you could go to, where you could infinitely access it if you were on the really depressing route where you just give up and shut yourself in. Or you could lapse into it through secret routes in the normal mind, where it's all fuzzy and static. But, yeah. Alright. Now for Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. I didn't know what to expect of that game, but honestly, that was a fun action... Yeah, it was a fun action adventure and a rice farming sim that I actually got quite into. Trying to make the perfect fertilizer, growing the perfect crops, and doing all that tending and stuff. I don't know, it was oddly fun. And the story wasn't too bad either. Like, Sakuna just starts off as this bratty god, but grows on her own to being someone pretty dependable that people would worship. So yeah, Sakuna of Rice and Ruins. It's probably on the Switch too. It's such a good game. On to Tokyo Xanadu. I will say, it's like Diet Persona, but with Ys mechanics. And I think it was the prototype of Ys 8. So, yeah, I think overall, let's see. I like the bonding events in Tokyo Xanadu. I also like there were, like, guided chapters where you play as the side party members and see what's going on with them. I feel like the after story dragged a little too long, but that's just me. And the simple gameplay loop is, honestly, it makes for a pretty good entry point to the Falcom verse. And it's actually not too bad of an action-adventure romp in of itself. So, yeah, that's all I can really say on that one. I'm gonna lump SMT 3 and 5 somewhat together. So, let's see. SMT 3. At first, I thought it was gonna be this soul-crushing game, although I played it on normal, so maybe that's why. But, yeah, you just need to be good about your buffs and debuffs, and you'll do fine. And the true demon route, you can crush the game further by giving the super physical characters, Pierce. And actually, yeah, you need Pierce for the final boss if you don't want it to take a long time. Which is kind of a bummer, but well, whatever, I guess. As far as stories and characters go, SMT3 was kinda on that front. But I think I had an overall okay time playing through it. SMT5, though, I think for me it was more fun because I had more broken strategies to work with. And it eventually got to a point where I got addicted to the Go Magog strategy enough that I forgot how to fight regularly until later. Before that, it was trying to do crit trains with Yoshitsune. And that worked out for quite a while. But yeah, I think the player phase of SMT5 Vengeance is what makes it fun. The story, I would say, as far as Vengeance goes, it's a bit of a step up from number 3. Where there is some plot and things, but I don't know. I think they could have done more with Yoko. They dropped the ball at the end where she just like fucks off after you beat the Kaddish stew. And then she suddenly shows up again. It's like, yeah, join me! Join the Chaos route! Fuck Tao! And it's like, okay? I guess? Where the fuck have you been ever since all this went down? Huh? Alright. On to Persona 3 and Royal. I think playing these two back-to-back has burnt me out on Atlas games for the longest time. Where it's like, I contemplated on picking up Metaphor ReFantasio, but I decided, nah, we're just gonna play Expedition 33. I need something a little shorter than this. And I guess I'm in a Perry slop mood, so there you go. I'm in the mood to parry a lot of things, and I guess Expedition 33's got me covered on that front. So, let's see. Playing through Persona 3 Reload, I felt the pacing was fine. I liked experimenting and making busted-ass personas with mutations. But someone else I watched just did not have a good time with it. And it made me realize maybe I tolerated the beginning more so because I already played the original P3, so it's like, I know what to expect. But to a newcomer, maybe it's too slow. As for Persona 5, I've contemplated dropping that game several times. I'm honestly surprised I made it through. I think I checked out, like, at the Yaldabaoth arc. Then I kind of perked back up during Maruki's route. And yeah, that was the experience for me. Like, I was bawling with Kamoshida. Then the next two routes I cared a lot less. Then it kind of picked back up during Futaba's route. Then the Okamura route was like, eh. But the casino part was good. And the stuff after with like Shido was pretty good. And then Yaldabaoth was like, eh. So, yeah, I'm kind of a mixed bag when it comes to Persona 5 Royal. This next one's going to be a bit shorter to talk about since, Ebenezer and the Invisible World. It was a nice seasonal game, but it feels so lacking for a Metroidvania. But maybe that's just me. I kind of wish they did more with it. Overall, it's one of those, I kind of remember I played this one route, but nothing really sticks out in my memory compared to some of the other things I've talked about. So yeah, let's raise our score here. Well, I guess speaking of Metroidvanias, we're kind of almost there, actually. So let's talk about Armored Core. 6 was such a great experience, which got me into 4 for Answer, 5 Verdict Day, and I think I like Gen 4 and 5 for their own reasons. Gen 4, AC4 was alright, but 4 Answer was so good. Holy shit. Now that's a fast mecha game. Just zipping around, shooting the shit out of everything. Or, I guess in my case, getting very addicted to dual blades and just running around like a donkey and slicing everything to bits. Looking like some dumb Super Saiyan, and I guess I felt really good about beating the 5 versus 1 nonsense fight with blades. I can't believe I did it, too. Holy shit. Like, the person at my day job, I have a buddy that's played this one, and I managed to surprisingly be better at this than him, where I beat Arteria Carpals with blades, while he didn't. Or if he did, I think it was like a gun build and he had to use the walls. Well, I tried to do everything in one go, inside the walls, where it was the most risky. But, yeah, overall, it was fun playing through 4 Answer. If I ever had a game where I'd just marathon for like a whole session, I'd probably do that one again just for kicks. Now, as for 5 and Verdict Day, 5 was alright. I could see where they were going with the story, but the only thing I remember from AC5 was Chief was such a good, sadistic, crazed antagonist. Which contrasted to, like, Carol just being kind of snarky about it. The main crew is... I didn't really like the main crew. Verdict Day, though. I wouldn't say it's, like, deeply written characters, but they were just compelling all around. Whether it's Fat Man and Maggie, or... I guess later on, Jay just goes ridiculously edgy, where it's like, I live for war. My life is only on the battlefield. Blah, blah, blah. And, well, I think Mechanized Memory is somewhere high up there in, like, my favorite streamed game music of all times. Which is saying a lot, considering it's going up against the likes of, like, Ace Combat Zero, Falcom's soundtrack in general. But yeah, no, Mechanized Memory is it's just that good. And I guess I've already talked about 6. I think it was my first, like, stream experience with mecha. I mean, I've played Another Century's Episode 3 before all this, but Ace 3 plays a lot differently compared to an Armored Core game. But yeah, 6 was fun. And it felt satisfying just beating the shit out of people with pile bunker, swords, etc. I did fall into the whole addiction of using Zimmerman shotguns and doing cheap melee combos to kill, but, well, I guess everyone has fun in their own ways, me included. And that leads me to Yakuza 0 through 4. This one might be a bit quicker. I liked 0, but it felt like it dragged on the second time I played it, especially with, like, the club management, where I just wanted it to end, and hated waiting around for it to end, and doing all those missions just to fight Amon on 2 characters. Kiwami 1 was... I'd say the remake does... It expands a fair bit on the first game. And with the backstory of 0, where Nishiki was your bro, and now he's your enemy, it's like, oof. And yeah, I like the Zero fan service they tried to do. The Majima Everywhere system was... I liked it at first, but it became kinda tedious at the end. Trying to hunt him down and all, just to master dragon style. I don't know if I really remember much about Kiwami 2, other than, I jacked up Kiryu by eating a bunch of crabs. And, oh wait, no, I remember he tiger punches a tiger. But, I don't really care about Ryuji as the villain. If anything, Yakuza 3 is much better at the villain portion. Kinda crappier gameplay, but to be fair, it came before Kiwami and the others. But I like that whole story with Kiryu trying to run his orphanage, but just getting sucked up repeatedly. And it's like, I'm really depressed that Rikia died. It's no! Why'd they kill off my boy? Damn it! The Amon fight in Yakuza 3 was so not worth grinding for. I'll say that much. And, yeah. Overall, 3 was... I got through it because the story was good. Or good enough to me for a Yakuza story. 4, though, I found the story dumb, but it was fun to play through because you did more damage with heat moves. Akiyama was a blast to play with. Saijima's alright, and surprisingly, I kinda liked Tanimura this time around. So, yeah, that's where we're at with the Yakuza games and all these Armored Cores. Let's push that to 118. Oh boy, we're getting up there, gang. Just like 6 more big chunks. I have had a very long streaming career, it feels like. Even though it doesn't feel as long as it normally is. You know. Like, maybe 3 years is a drop in the bucket for most people. Especially 3 years of, like, streaming the way I do. Where... Man... It's like, I just get on, stream, if I see some folks, it's like, hey guys. And if I don't, it's like, well, hopefully they watch it later. I'm just gonna focus on completing the game the best I can. And it does warm the heart to see, like, so many returning viewers and such. And some new viewers, and raids and all that, too. I never thought I'd stream long enough to see a raid on my channel, but I just hope I'm making the raiders happy, or providing something entertaining enough. But that's just me, of course. I think this is gonna be like the most sentimental I get for a long time. Maybe. Let me see. I may have to get a bigger gallon of water before I talk about Ender Lilies. Because I also have a whip that's more or less kind of complete. It's just I never got around to playing it. So yeah, that might be another one you guys might see before the summer. As far as harmonicas go. Or harmonica songs go. I think I still have a slug of water. But let's take a short break for some music. I think I still have it in me to do Bull Bell. Or at least pieces and bits of Bull Bell. I got Emery to play it once on the violin. But, well, guess let's see if I can. too. No, wait. Oh, now I remember how I did this. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I'm mixing it up for another part of the song. Shit, I'm losing it. No, wait. So, yeah, a little bit of Bull Bell there. I forgot that I made this one a long time ago. I probably should wrap this one up. I wanted to do an Ender Lily song. And originally, it was gonna be Bloom Outro. But I find that Bloom Outro is out of the wheelbarrow for me. Even on Kalimba. So it's like, you know what? Bull Bell is fine too. Originally, that was what the BRB screen was going to be used for. But, yeah. What more can I say about Ender Lilies? I liked it. It was a great game. I liked fucking around with the spirits, doing a bunch of bizarre jump skips, and I think that's going to be a recurring theme with Death's Gambit, but it was a cozy Metroidvania with a compelling sad story and a heart-wrenching song from Millie that is probably my favorite song by them by far. But yeah. Lilies is a great time. It's also a fair enough Metroidvania. Some people say it's hard because the enemies hit too hard, but I don't feel that way. But I guess also, to be fair, I'm alright at the gameplay, so maybe that's the reason why. Right. Now for Death's Gambit. Death's Gambit Afterlife is a slept-upon Metroidvania. More people should play it. It's great. Like, I love the parry and stuff you could do in that game, and honestly, it was my favorite game with that kind of option for Metroidvanias. Until, what was it? Until Nine Souls. Nine Souls is a lot better in that department, but, for what it is, Death's Gambit's great, story's great. The boss fights were intense near the end, but I think I had a good time overall, other than scrambling around to kill heroic spirits. But, well. The next one, I hope I like Silksong, because after trying Hollow Knight again for stream, I guess it turns out I just associate too many... I don't know, I just associate something with it that... I don't know, it just reminds me of, like, a rougher period in life, I guess. And... I don't know. Like, I find it... Well, I guess on normal mode it's fine. Hard mode, or double damaged mode for Hollow Knight was really rough and irritating. In my attempt to make the game kind of fun for myself, it's like I've actually just ruined my own experience with it. Compounded with the fact that I guess I do have a bit of unsavory memories associated with Hollow Knight, and it's like, I just hope I like Silksong more, where I feel like I can divorce my mental block with Silksong a lot more than actual Hollow Knight. But moving away from negative things, Sultan Sanctuary was fun. It's basically 2D Dark Souls 1 with bizarre gravity gimmicks and such, but it was a fun game, albeit kinda easy if you know what you're building. Ender Magnolia. I think I like the gameplay for Ender Magnolia a lot more than Ender Lilies, but I think the story in Lilies is better than Ender Magnolia. Like, I think there was some missed potential with Ender Magnolia's story compared to Ender Lily's story, where it was more of a personal quest where Lily is trying to free her mom, but her mom is trying to prevent her daughter from suffering like she did. And it's just a heart-wrenching tale where you really root for her at the end when you get the Aegis Kyrios and succeed at purifying. With Magnolia, I like that there were human characters around. I like that the spirits... Well, you could talk to the spirits and yap with them, and that was nice. But, I don't know. I guess it felt like it was missing a personal drive that Ender Lilies had. Maybe that's just me, though. Last Faith. I don't think it was too bad of, like... I think overall, it was a fine Metroidvania. And pretty fun to play out. Kinda easy until the end there, but that's alright. I like the gothic vampire setting, but as far as the story goes, it's but, you know, I'm not always there for the story, so I think the only point that subtracts from it for me for Last Faith is that I lost my whole save file once and had to do everything again. It just sucked. Okay, Hi-Fi Rush. This one is my fault. I ruined it by picking hard mode when I just could not jive with it. And thus, I killed my own experience with Hi-Fi Rush. Even though normally I'd like a game like this, but I guess I just didn't really jive. With hard mode, some of the enemies and the rhythm patterns got way too irritating for me to want to deal with. Yeah, I don't know. Alright. I'll just lump in Battle Network 1 and 2 to make this kind of breezy, but... Let's see. I think I like these two a lot more than I thought I would. Even though my strategies for both games were just... more or less just creating a spam deck and running with it. I'm having a lot more fun with 3, but I think 3 is like the realization of 1 and 2's mechanics. So, there's that. And I grew up watching Mega Man NT Warrior, and I think at one point I owned like... They had like the PET toys at Target at one point, and I owned one of them. And you could do like the graphics were like etch and sketch. So, yeah, you could do those. You could, like, pretend you had a PET in case you couldn't afford Mega Man Battle Network. But yeah, I think Battle Network 1 and 2 are a case of... It's nice getting to try something I never could way back when. Especially live, where I guess I am just improving at these games slightly, stream per stream. That or just getting more broken strategies. Probably the latter. Anyways, I'm gonna pair up Blasphemous 1 and 2 real quick, too. I like Blasphemous 1's story, with the Penitent one and all the crazy stuff in Sistovia. And it felt really good beating things like the Amanecidas without using the invincibility spell repeatedly, amongst other things. And it just felt good the second time around, getting good at the combat and all that. Where the first time I did it, when I discovered Debla of the Lights, it was over. That's all I spammed. It was cheesy, but it worked. Blasphemous 2... Well, the art's like kind of a downgrade. I like the expanded movements, even though I think Evernito is like the one boss that puts all of that to the test the best. And every other boss, it's like, I think maybe you had a bit too much player power, since once you figure the right altarpiece combos, it's over. You can make ridiculous builds like Infinite Super Mode Ruego Al Albas, or everyone's favorite Incendiary Mace. Some people like the Rapiers. Man. Well, I guess we're gonna take a small music listen along kind of break. Oh, I forgot to play the music again with Trails, but well, we can take a small break. It's been some contemplation. It's fine. Let's see. Ah, there it is. One of my favorite songs from Blasphemous 2 is Subita Caligrafia de Plata. How do I know how to pronounce any of this? And it's just like simple drum beats too. So yeah, this is such a simple rhythm, but the later parts where it gets like... Here we go. I don't know. I guess I just like the increase in intensity as it, yeah. Oh. Ah, here we go. Let's just keep it on this for now as I breeze along through this list. Whew. Okay. We're getting closer and closer to the end. I'm also getting more and more exhausted talking about my 3-year history, but that's okay. Anyway, so let's see. Silent Hill 2. I've heard all the stories about that one. I think I played the PS2 version a while back, but I can't remember. But the remake was fun. Well, quote unquote fun, but you know what I mean. Silent Hill 2 is just... I'd say it's a great game. I know people hype it up as some high art and stuff, but it's just a great story overall that really leaves you wondering about so many things. Like whether, oh wait, I think the music's a bit loud. I'm sorry. I need to put it back down a bit here. Alright. Cool. So yeah, Silent Hill 2. Great horror game. I really should try another Silent Hill on this channel someday. I'm thinking about Silent Hill 4 once KOTOR 2's done. If I'm still around, of course. I can't make any promises. I'm saying this now. Might be a bit paranoid, but you guys know how volatile this whole streaming thing is. I'm surprised I survived 3 freaking years of this. Or rather, I stuck around for 3 years. But, anyways, Silent Hill 2, great game, great music, just, I don't know, it's such a nice, contemplative game. And, of course, the puzzles are not too bad either, really puts you on edge. And fuck legs. Those leg enemies. I think I got jump scared by them a little too well, at times. Alright, on to the next one. Gravity Circuit. I think I hung around the Yakimas too long. Then I got the idea that, yeah, I should try Gravity Circuit myself. Holy shit, it really put all of my knowledge of Mega Man games and Metroidvanias to the test. All those ridiculous puzzles, especially the one where I had to pogo off of explosives. Oh, that one was irritating. But yeah, great little side game, and probably the most unique Mega Man-esque boss rush I've ever seen, really. Since you're fighting, like, a main boss, right? But then it switches constantly to the Robot Masters as it summons, like, their power or something, and you have to fight the Robot Masters, then fight the thing, and it's like, damn, this is intense. What a marathon. You're wearing the system down by beating the bosses again. And, I didn't learn about it until the end, but being able to, like, grab your enemies and toss them into other enemies for big damage like a bowling ball was, pretty good. Really made the levels a bit faster once I figured it out. Don't know if I'll be doing hard and EX mode on this one, though. I think I've had enough for a while. Oh, wait, I can take away Project Wingman, because I already mentioned it. Oops, so this is actually, 137. Which means I have to lower this to 144, 147, 158. Now it's back to 158, F159. My god, 3 years of games is kinda hard to track. I suppose that's obvious enough. Sorry. I think my throat is actually reaching its limits. But we still have so much more to talk about. Whew. Okay. Let's talk about Planescape Torment. For a little bit. I think this was the game where I met Mishal. And I feel a little bummed out that I don't play enough Western games. Like, most of this channel is, like, you know, Japanese-based games and all. I guess with a name like mine, that's where it ends up being, but still. Planescape Torment was fine. A bit clunky to actually play, but the story and philosophy were pretty, I'd say they were compelling enough to listen to. With, the nameless one, you could choose to just keep being evil, but I think the canon is that the nameless one is kinda remorseful about all the whack stuff he did. Sorry, I had to readjust the list a bit more. Ah, man. All this memory lane. Alright, anyways, I might not remember too much about Planescape Torment, but I do remember a bit more about Disco Elysium. I think Disco Elysium is the better game for me than Planescape. Just running around as Harry and Kim, doing all the nonsense you needed to do, trying to cheat dice rolls. Eventually it got to a point where I tried to make the MC dance with a bullet in his leg and succeeded at 1%. It was like, yeah! I don't know why I felt so good about that one. Oh, whoops. I was supposed to put this at 128. Hold up. Yeah, there we go. 128 games. And thanks to the viewers that are still there or lurking. Thanks for listening to my story. I guess. Well, I say I guess, but it does mean a lot. I'm really surprised quite a lot of people showed up for this one. Like, I was prepared to just spend the night yapping randomly to the winds, but it's nice to have people to celebrate with. And to, like, all my returning viewers. You guys make coming here a lot more rewarding, I'd say. Or just being able to come back day after day. Speaking of viewers, I don't know if they'll get this message, but, well, I hope Gotcha and Shadow are doing alright. I know it's been rough times for them. But I really do hope they're doing okay. And I hope I can see them again someday, you know? And I might have been a little too mean to Angelina for calling me a sweetheart, but I just don't think that kind of kind word. I don't think I ever deserve to be called something sweet like that. It's just low self-esteem things, I guess. But, well, yeah, maybe I was a bit too harsh. Ah, jeez, my throat's drying out enough that I'm stuttering words even worse. But, alright, let's keep going. Disco Elysium. I think it's a great take on the tabletop formula, but in a modern setting. Or more modern-ish setting with wild, wacky branches. Like, you could have Harry go on a long tangent about the boundary or something. With the one woman on the boat. And in some of these other ones, you could pick the obviously aggressive options. Or kinda try to be a diplomat. I don't know. I find the world and wackiness of Disco Elysium just... I don't know, for me it's kinda peak. But that's me. Speaking of things, Red Dead Redemption 2. I thought it was gonna be an overrated game, but no, I fell in love with that one too. Like, damn, that game's... Like, okay, sure, fishing tired my arm out enough that it felt like it was falling off by the end of all that fish. But, Nah, I guess I liked Arthur's redemption story, but of course this is me playing High Honor Arthur and not Douchebag Arthur, so maybe if I played Douchebag Arthur, I'd probably say this game sucks. But I didn't, so, well, yeah. Also, the Stranger Quest, just entertaining as fuck in this one. Like the whole bits with the circus. Then there's that one French painter who just, I don't know, that whole quest chain was hilarious. And then there was like the two guys simping for the woman, and doing really dumb shit like trying to get Arthur to shoot at bottles while they hold the bottles, or hold the bottles with their heads, or rolling off of a waterfall in a barrel for some fucking reason, I don't know. But yeah, overall, RDR2 was fun, even though I got a little too sucked in with all the hunting, all the fishing challenges. I don't think it's a game I would immediately play again, though. That game is long. Alright, this next one will be quick. I will say, Trapper Route in the DBD visual novel was definitely a choice, and I think I did the southern accent for Trapper so much that it's become like second nature for me to do a southern pseudo accent. It's like, oh dear God. I can't do it now, of course. My throat is steadily losing it, but I want to get through this list before the stream ends. Okay, I can pair these two together. To the Moon. Man, that game was so good. Or, the story was good. And having worked with autistic people in the past, it's also a pretty depressing depiction, but somewhat close to reality. Since, yeah, it's just sad watching River and John try to understand each other. And they make so many efforts, except they just, well, they're just two separate worlds. And it's like, it hurts watching River. Actually, yeah, it hurts watching one of John's friends go on a rant about neurotypicals and how they don't understand. Whereas I kind of sympathize with John here, like, yeah, I wouldn't want my wife to die either. Of course I would go through all the lengths to keep her alive. But at the end of the day, she just wanted John to remember the first time they met. Except, how could River know that John was on beta blockers? And it's like, the ending there, on closer inspection, it's kind of a sad ending. Because John does pass away peacefully, but it's just plastic memories. I never thought I'd be using that expression, but it's not the real memories of him and River. It's just basically a nice dying dream. But that was all Neil and Eva could give him, and that's their job. And it's like, damn. And when they meet in the afterlife, I don't know. I really hope they do just remember the true memories at that point. And it's interesting to see the ramifications of the Johnny and River assignment on Neil and Eva throughout pretty much all of the To the Moon tetralogy. Well, I say tetralogy, but they're coming out with another one after Beach Vacation. Now, for Finding Paradise, I think Finding Paradise's ending is kind of where I'm at. I mean, I think to myself, maybe there's things I'd like to change, you know? Or things I'd want, like the ability to eventually just raid the people that raid me would be nice. Or to even send raiders at all, really. Or, like, you know, sometimes I have those wistful thinkings where it's like, man, I wish I was an accomplished musician like Murray and Pam and all of them, and I could hang out with them and all, but it's like, would I really trade the life I have right now just to enter that higher echelon? I don't really know, because I like playing all the games that I do. Being able to in the first place without too many compunctions, and not too much bogging down and all. No offense to them. It's just... I guess it's just one of those things. And finding Paradise's ending gets me thinking. Since the whole assignment was basically started because the husband wondered if they needed Sigmund Corp and, like, if they lived an unsatisfying life or not, but turns out the solution to this whole conundrum was just to erase the memories of Sigmund Corp and let the husband, the dying husband, live the remainder basically regret-free. I guess, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't mind branching out, meeting more VTubers and all. But maybe what I'm looking for isn't what the others have. Maybe it's something else. It probably is just something else. Something else at this point. But, well, that little sentiment aside, we're at 137 out of 159. Holy shit. 22 more games, let's go! Holy shit. 22 more games. Ay ay ay. But we're almost done. Ah, dear. Oh, wait, I put Lords of the Fallen twice. What the hell? I have to subtract 1. So it's actually 157 out of 158. I probably missed some games too, so, well, shit. Well, it's alright. It's alright, I guess. Okay, there's only 5 on the next docket. Well, actually 6. So I'll just do a bit of a flyby. And we can... Oh wait, I already put Gravity Circuit. Hiya! How did I put Gravity Circuit twice? Now I have to change the numbers again. What a mess. Wait, what was that number? Yeah, no, I guess this is 157 out of 158. Yeah, the fog of time is making me lose a lot of count with where I am. So, anyways, Imposter Factory, it's a good setup game for the next game where all the things you learn about in Imposter Factory pays off in a rough way, but Imposter Factory itself just felt honestly kind of lacking compared to the Moon and Finding Paradise. But I guess to be fair, it's very hard to follow up those two, due to those two being crazily good. So, overall I enjoyed going through Imposter Factory, but yeah, it's just a setup game for the beach vacation. That being said, the beach vacation was great. Holy shit. Like, it just goes like a simple beach thing, but you get a foreboding feeling. Something is very off. with all these books about letting go of death. And then you get the big plot twist that recontextualizes both everything in the beach vacation and everything you did in Imposter Factory. I don't know. Beach vacation really brought it back, I think. Grand Blue Relink. Honestly, I forget how I got into that game, but it was fun playing through it and all. And I guess I ended up looking more into the Grand Blue story later on. Oh wait, it's Grand Blue, not Grand Blue. But anyway, yeah, I think it was an alright game. It got kinda tiring grinding for things at the end there, so I eventually dropped it after the Bahamut weapons. And Lucifer. Okay. I will say, for I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, I think I was a little more underwhelmed than I thought I would be. Like, I thought it was gonna be like this high piece of art game, but it's like, I guess it just didn't live up to the hype I created for it. Or rather, the hype I created in my mind for it. Like, it's a simple enough story. People overcoming their vices and outsmarting an AI. And all the fucked up parts about human nature, but I don't know. It's just one of those things where I feel like it should have had more impact on me, but it didn't. And now for one more for this one before I clock up the counter. Star Wars Battlefront 2, the 2005 version. The campaign was fun. Galactic Conquest. I wish I did that, but when I did it, like, a long time ago when I had a PS2, Galactic Conquest was pretty fun. Multiplayer with friends was also fun, especially in the Mos Eisley stage where you could do, like, all heroes, and I was always running around, like, as Obi-Wan Kenobi. But yeah, I guess not much more to say about that one. A nice short game, I think. And probably one of the better Star Wars games, if not one of the best. But that's just me. Dear. This is it. We're almost to the end. I think I'm gonna take a small BRB, though. Get some water. You know. Get enough energy to finish the fight, as Chief would say. I'll be right back. Hold on. Alright, I'm back for one final go at it. But we might need to change up the music a bit here. There we go. Let's change it up. For the last bit. Alright. So, now that we're here, I know I made fun of Go-Go Nippon Japan earlier, but it was a really good visual novel, I must say. Pretty informative about Japan. And I like Makoto and Akira enough. Maybe a bit more Makoto than Akira, but that's just me. I guess tsunderes are not my type. Although I guess you could also call me slightly tsundere, I suppose. Oh no, I think I got the number count wrong on this one again. Ay ay ay. Why do I keep getting it wrong? I suck. And now we're back to 158 out of 159 again. Ah, what a disaster this has been. I keep getting the number count wrong because I'm trying to count 3 years of gaming. Alright, on to Lost Planet. I liked it enough. I don't think I really remember too much about it other than shooting out orange alien cores and the really bizarre mech ending where it was kind of a clunky to control laser sword mech. And at the end of the day, I don't really know how I beat that game at the end there. Klonoa 1 and 2. I think I did fine for Klonoa 2, and I think Klonoa 2 had a nice follow-up story to Klonoa 1, where Klonoa's matured and accepts that he's gotta go, so he's gotta go at the end of the day as a Dreamweaver. Klonoa 1, I kinda regret the fact that I played it while I was dying of COVID back in 2021? Or at least it felt like I was dying. So it's like, I should have rested. I don't know why I was trying to play it while I was in a very horrible state. Other than I just wanted to prove a point and give give the game everything I got, even when I was literally dying and needed rest. And it's like, I think at the time, I don't know, I was super reckless. I was like, you know what, I'm a small streamer, no one's gonna miss me if I go. I might as well just give it everything I got anyways, even if it does end up with me in the hospital. At least that's what I was thinking, but looking back on it now, boy was I fucking stupid. And it's also half amazing that I could even beat something like Klonoa in such a half-dead state. Maybe I am kinda cracked. I don't actually know anymore. Anyways, let's move on to Recitaire. I have a lot of memories with Recitaire. And it's like, I think it's a good game to play by yourself, but streaming it, just stream Recitaire up until the final story and get to the main ending. Because the post-game is so damn dull. Holy shit, the post-game is dull. Like, the depth actually keeps this game interesting. And I remember playing I actually got a review code for, like, one of the games I played on stream. But I kind of flaked off of that game pretty quickly because the characters weren't as interesting as Recitaire's, despite the shop mechanics being more advanced. Maybe I should try that Potion Maker game and see how far I get. And, alright. That, we're at 147. Oh my. This is it. We're reaching the end. I've been yapping for almost 4 hours about all of my bizarre exploits and streamings of various things. And, you know, I'm glad so many people came here today to, I guess, well, I'm just glad I have listeners while I reminisce about my 3 years of streaming jank. Well, I say jank, but a lot of these games I would highly endorse. And I hope more people try them someday, you know? Well, okay, maybe except for Pizza Game and Drink of the 99 Dragons. Especially Drink of the 99 Dragons. I can't believe I was insane enough to actually beat the damn thing. But, anyway, moving on. Fury. I remember playing Fury because it had composers from Hotline Miami. What I got was Boss Rush the game. And for the most part, it's a fun game. The star is a dog shit fight, though. That's all I'll have to say on that one. The star sucks. Actually beating Bernard, though, holy shit, that was cool. Like, I got so excited, I spilled coffee all over my desk at that point when I beat the final super boss of Fury. Overall, great game. And as far as streaming goes, I had fun streaming it. Now then, Lords of the Fallen was certainly an experience. I expected a lot worse, but honestly, the remake wasn't that bad, and I think the latest update apparently made it really good. So who knows? This might be the Cyberpunk 2077 of Souls games turning around. But yeah, the combat was alright enough, even though I didn't like all the gank spam, but those enemies were mostly cannon fodder, so it's whatever. Alright. Pizza Game. I lost too many brain cells reading that game straight. I don't think I'd ever want to do it again. I wouldn't even wish this on a collab, because it's like, dear lord. Or if I do a collab with that game, I'm taking the brunt of the mental damage. Alright, Ghost of Tsushima. It's one of those, I heard good things about it, and what do you know, it was a pretty good game. Even though I'll have to admit, it got stale by the third act. But to be fair, I think that's the problem with open worlds. It's just how fast you get to the point where things feel a little bog standard and you want to end the game. But overall, the story was great. The samurai combat was fun. Running around and doing Sly Cooper-esque moves was pretty fun too. I got really into it. I even did all the haikus for some reason, even though some of my haikus in Tsushima were kind of dog shit, not gonna lie. Oh, and speaking of which, did I put Tsushima on a playlist? Oh, I do have a playlist for Tsushima. Oh, thank goodness. Holy shit. I've been slipping. No, scratch that. I've already slipped. But anyways, on to the next. 9 Souls. Oh man, 9 Souls was a nice one. Man, deflection mechanics in my Metroidvania was pretty satisfying to do. And especially on the final boss, like managing to finally parry her big attack chain that she starts off with in third phase was like, And the story was, there was a lot of chatting, but I think it was nice going back to the pavilion after like a hard mission and just chatting around with Xuan and Ruyi and learning more about the lore of Nine Souls. Okay, Chantilly's. I think this one's leaning towards the one of those adventures, I mean streams where it's like, it's kind of a whatever, honestly. Like, I went into it because it was the Reciteer guys, but it's like, I guess I didn't jive with the gameplay as much. Okay, Eternites. Wait a second. Oh shit, I just remembered a visual novel I went through. It was like the Hollow Stars novel. Maybe I'll quickly put that in there before I forget. What's that Hollow Stars creepy game? Oh, Doppelganger. Holy shit. How did I forget that I actually played that? You see this Baga age senile shit, chat. I'm forgetting all the things I played. I don't think I even made a playlist for this one. I'm not counting on Andean. I'm not counting Andean Lele. Since I think that game got a continuation. No. Okay, cool. Alright. Good thing I remembered this one. So that... Alright, fine. We'll bring the count up. So this is now 159 and we're at we're back to 160. Oh my god, why do I keep flip-flopping like this? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, you know what? I think this is our final tally. I'm gonna stick with this. 147 out of 161 games. Okay, but anyways, back to it. Eternites. Eternites was, I think overall, for a one-person studio game by Studio Sai, they did phenomenal. I hope they make another one. I think this is one of those maybe picking the hard mode bogged my experience down and made it a little less enjoyable kind of moments. But that's more on me than the game. The combat was fine enough for what it was. And I think it's a nice breezy game to play overall. Have a little light Persona mechanics then and there. But yeah, nothing too bad. Man, this music's about as wistful as me thinking about all these crazy games I played. Okami. I will say, the first, 2 or 3 chapters of Okami were pretty good, but at the end, during the Yamato arc, it kind of starts to lose steam. And the finale boss rush was kind of, alright. But then the final boss itself, oh man, that was great. Like, you start off trying to get all your powers back, you do get it all back, but then the boss drains you again. But all the people you helped empower you to become the goddess once more to beat the big evil, and it's like, yeah! And the theme that comes after it, called Reset Thank You, well, there's a reason why that's like my first video on the, or rather that's like the main featured video on the channel. Because I am grateful to everyone who watches my vids. Lurkers or chatters. It's like the fact that I've entertained quite a lot of people is honestly more than enough for me. Or rather, it's like, I never expected to get this far. So, there's that. But yeah, I liked Okami. It was a nice, heartfelt story. I can't believe it's getting a sequel. No, not even kinda. I will play that one. When it comes out. But until then. Alright, on to Protostar Twilight. You know, out of all the Hollow-based games I've played, I wonder if I like the Stars ones more than the girls. Holy shit. Because Protostar Twilight, I did not expect to play my first Fire Emblem-esque like this, let alone be somewhat okay at it, honestly. But yeah, Protostar Twilight was a pretty nice short game. With a... I'd say as far as VTuber premises goes, it's intriguing enough. It does the job. It's kinda like the Council RPG, even though, well, I haven't played that one, and I honestly don't know if I ever will play that one. We'll have to see. If I run out of ideas, probably. And now for Mafia 3. Mafia 3 was great. A bit, like, I think the hate for Mafia 3 is overblown. And it's like, sure, you're controlling Link and Clay and hunting down the Mafia, but I think in the process you can actually just become the new Mafia if you go a little too evil and greedy. But yeah, 70s America during that really troubling period, going on a revenge quest against Georgie and the others. The only downside is Mafia 3 gets a little bog standard and repetitive pretty damn fast once you do the missions enough. And it happens really early on too, so it's like, to get to the good stuff that is actually the story, you have to do some of the most boring, almost grind-esque things in Mafia 3, and it's like, darn. But overall, Mafia 3 is not a bad Mafia. Well, I don't think it's a bad Mafia game. Or, well, open world crime thriller thing. Oh dear. Alright. And now, we are at the final 3 games. Woohoo! I don't remember much from Doppelganger. I think I just played it because I guess I just wanted to try a visual novel, and I thought of the Hollow Stars one, so I went for it, and you know, that wasn't too bad either. And all of this stuff, this Hollow Stars stuff, makes me think, I wonder if I should give them more of it, or rather, watch even more than I already do. I still can't believe Bettel read my dumb advice on burst counters. Or, I guess counterattacks in Kazan, but still, it's like, wait, what? Holy shit. But anyways. Alright, we're down to the final 2 I haven't finished. I don't know why I dropped Ultra Kill. I was having an okay time, but I guess I just lost the motivation to continue with it. And as far as Andy and Lele goes, I only I only finished the 2 routes. I haven't tried the decay route yet. But, I don't know. It's like, I was expecting a lot out of Andy and Lele for some reason. But, yeah. Maybe we'll get to it someday. Maybe not. I don't know. But, alright. That'll be that then. We've beaten 159 out of the 161 that I've played across the span of 3 years. I don't know what kind of record this is, but, well, I'd like to say it's a pretty stellar games completion record. I can't believe I played this many for 3 years, let alone beaten quite a number of them, some of them quite difficult, but still. Oh wait, no, I forgot the Code War. Oh wait, did I talk about the Code War games? Well, I guess I've only played one Code War, and Knights of the Old Republic was pretty good. Again, see? I'm going senile. I'm going super senile. Feels bad, man. Okay, so this brings up the score count yet again to... yeah, 160 out of 162. Jeez. I think this is the final one, unless I just kind of forgot about one of my games. What a ride for 3 years. I mean, admittedly, this isn't like the biggest celebration ever, and I don't think most people normally celebrate how many things they've beaten on stream, but I think that's my accomplishment, and I'll have to take it. Maybe next year I'll reach 100 harmonica songs. Maybe. I guess we'll have to see about that one. I'd like to get there. Then I could say I composed 100 harmonica covers. But yeah, this is a really staggering and oddly diverse history of gaming. And I hope I can do more. Or rather, I hope I can still be around to do more in the future. I'd certainly like to. No promises, but still. Coming back here, playing this all out, getting it done. Having all these, well, I guess they're adventures in their own way. But, yeah. Once again, I'd like to thank all my viewers, whether you're lurking, whether you're a VOD watcher, or a returning chatter. It means a lot. And as for my artists, I'd like to thank Kuppi and Nabs for being such wonderful artists, and, well, wonderful people to work with, even outside of all the art things. And I hope they keep, getting better, or just finding their slice of happiness. I know this isn't much coming from a customer, but, well, still. The stuff they've done for me, it means a lot. As for my other artists, I'm happy that OG and Akka Spade took my request, and I know Akka Spade's been pretty busy. I hope the commissions from me helped get, helped land a job. If I knew that, that'd be nice. It feels like I've done something good. Or contributed, well, some good to the world in my own way. Maybe that's why I think about all those times where it's like, I guess I do just want to feel unambiguously like a hero for once, even though I know that's not how I feel about these things. Or maybe it feels like I shouldn't feel that way. Maybe that's also why I just It's like, I used to be hesitant on Kuppi and Nabs and such, drawing me smiling and actually happy, but it's nice. It really is nice. Maybe my mind's starting to change on that one too. And like getting raiders and all this stuff. And who knows what else I'll get up into. Maybe I will run into that scenario where I guess Emery or, I don't know, Pam drops in. I guess it would be kind of a dream come true, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm already happy enough that Dweebs dropped that one raid when I was doing a demo of Monster Hunter Rise. It's like, holy shit. But yeah, I guess I do like trying to spread around happiness in my own way, and, well, whether it's my streams or me just asking for a bunch of really nice looking commissions, well, I guess here's to year 4 in some future. Here's to year 4 in some future. Maybe I'll live long enough to see the Sky Trilogy remade and play it out on stream. That wouldn't be so bad. Or, who knows, maybe next year they'll shadow drop Ace Combat PS2 Trilogy on Steam. That'd be nice. And honestly, though, I mean, more, you know. Never mind. I was about to say something I'm about to regret. So, no. I'm keeping those bad thoughts away. For now, it's been a good 3 years, and here's to another year, you know? And if I have another year after that, and another year after that, so be it. But it was fun recounting that whole history. I know that's not the most exciting stream ever, but I'm glad so many of you stuck around while I yapped about straight up 160 games. Holy shit. More reviews. I mean, look, if the raiders like my stuff, that's nice enough to know, considering the... Maybe I will just rebrand to a freaking crawfish restaurant owner. Because this is exactly what this channel is at this point. I'm just slapping like 7 games on the plate and going, you know what, pick one. Or mix and match. I don't know. Just do it. Alright. Anyways, that's enough of my babbling. Once again, thanks for everyone that showed up, or for anyone showing up for this. Big thanks to my artists, and I guess before I also forget, big thanks to Massandro for being such a good friend. I know I talked about a bunch of nonsense, or it feels like a bunch of nonsense sometimes, but I'm glad to have an ear that listens. And I can't forget my friends from, well, you know, Fox, Tori, Nomad, Mizu, Phil. But I'll always be grateful that they're my friends. They've been my friends for like at least 10 plus years now. If all of a sudden I'm willing to just throw them under the bus, holy shit, I think I'm just gonna take a long break and reevaluate a whole lot of things if I reach the point where I throw away my old friends for fame. Like, that is not the future I want here. But, what more can I really say? It's been a good 3 years, and I hope to see you guys for another year. But let's not worry about that. For now, I will see you guys on Monday for Divinity Original Sin, Battle Network, and probably the end of AI Limit. Till then, take care and have a good night, everyone. I'm just gonna let the happy song play instead of my sad harmonica song. Alright, that's enough of a gag. I'm gonna go now. See y'all.